day breaks inconsolate. Another drained and pale.
Εντάξει. Αξιότιμε εκπρόσωπε της αυτού Θεοτάτης Παναγιώτος του Οικουμενικού Πατριάρχη
All Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, Your Very Reverence Isidoros, Your Eminence Pavlos, the representative of His Beatitude Archbishop of Athens and all Greece, Hieronymus II, dear ambassadors, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address you today, particularly since the subject matter of our conference is about the Christians in Syria. It is a community that is deeply rooted, that's been through a lot of turmoil, and which is of significance for the country's future. The Christians is not a community that was added at a later time to the community of Syria. It is an integral part of the country's history. Their presence has been recorded since as early as the 1st century BC. Damascus is a place described by Apostle Paul in his letters, and Antioch is also mentioned. Before the crisis, the Christians amounted to 8 to 10% of the population, meaning 1.2 up to 1.8 million Christians. After 13 years of war, it is estimated that it's approximately 400 or up to 700,000 Christians that have left, that have remained. So it's about 2 to 4% of the population, and they're mostly in Aleppo and in areas surrounding Antakya. And this concerning drop in the population of Christians, though significant, does not reduce the role. And the Orthodox Patriarchate of Antioch, the Syriac Orthodox Patriarchate, the Catholic Patriarchates, the Maronites, and other communities, despite differences, are unanimous in terms of charity, hospital, healthcare, and the preservation of the social fabric. During the rule of Assad, both father and son, Christians were enjoying safety. Sometimes they would be participating in the regime, but there was always the autocratic outlook of the regime. When the turmoil erupted, the unrest erupted, Christians were faced with persecution from extremist factions, the destruction of their places of worship, and as a result, immigration. Despite pressure, the patriarchates never left the country. They remained and continued to function as social and financial support sites that made arrangements for schooling, healthcare, and charities, among others. At the same time, they took on initiatives with Muslim leaders in order to repatriate those displaced and the expatriates. Since late 2024 up to date, new challenges and perspectives have emerged. The Christians seem not to be a main target in conflicts that are still raging, since the regime makes efforts to establish itself. If that is true, and if persecutions are no longer a likelihood, Christians are to return to normality. Their reduction in terms of numbers should not impair their historical significance and moral weight. The future of Christians is something on which political inclusion and stability depends on in Syria. Even more so, on the future of Christians, the very profile of Syria abroad depends on. And the Christians may be the bridge between the East and the Orient. the Christians and the Muslims. As for Greece, an important element for peace and stability in the region entails, or rather requires, the community of Christians there that is to be reconstructed, rebuilt. This is a region that over time has been characterized by different national conflicts and disputes. Therefore, a peaceful Syria will make a difference and set a precedent. How can we facilitate this? This is essentially what we will be discussing today, ladies and gentlemen. The Institute of Foreign Affairs, since its establishment 6 years ago, decided to address matters that may not be that impressive, that may not concern the masses, but they are those that touch upon Greece's interests. This is why in 2019 we hosted the first conference of religious diplomacy in Greece, acknowledging that the role of orthodoxy is worldwide and that our nation has significantly contributed to the widespreading of Christian messages across the globe. Also, we were involved in the strategies above and beyond cyber threats, having a holistic approach to these matters. And this is where the NATO alliance plays a significant part. The Council for International Relations, the University of Piraeus are two of our partners with whom we've hosted a conference on maritime safety. This is a matter that is critical to a country such as Greece. Also, we launched the debate on nuclear safety in Greece. This is a subject matter that remains a taboo, but these matters are not linked to our psychological impediments because the reality is out there. Also, we hold seminars for postgraduate students, diplomats, businessmen who have an interest in international affairs and diplomacy. Also, we had this seminar in Kavala in provincial Greece, and we hold this seminar every year in English. We have both Greek and foreign speakers, professors, in cooperation with the American College of Thessaloniki and Friedrich Schiller University. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this do not happen overnight. It is thanks to the support from our sponsors, whom we'd like to thank. Otherwise, our outreach would be way less. So I need to thank Trimatis Group, PeopleCert, Novus Miasiakos, who are the sponsors of today's event. Also, I would like to thank ERT, the Voice of Greece, ERT World, Proto Programa, who are our communication sponsors, together with Policy Journal and Cedars. Thank you for being patient enough to listen to me. Now I would like to ask His Eminence, the Bishop of Thespion, Mr. Pavlos, to take the floor so as to convey the message of His Beatitude, the Archbishop of Athens and all Greece.
Χαιρετισμός του Μακαριωτάτου Αρχιεπισκόπου Αθηνών και Πάσης Ελλάδος, Κυρίου Ιερονύμου του Δευτέρου.
I would like to read aloud the message of His Beatitude, the Archbishop of Athens and all Greece. It is with great pleasure that I would like to welcome the 5th International Conference on Regional Diplomacy in 2025, titled Christians of Syria, Developments and Prospects, hosted by the Foreign Affairs Institute. Since ancient times, Syria has been the place where a multitude of races, cultures, and religions were found. Over the centuries, the rapprochement and mutual respect were a link that binded in unity people of different religions and races who lived in coexistence in the same place. Particularly in the rough period we are in, the emphasis on the Christian messages of love and solidarity is imperative and relevant. It is through these elements that the ethnic disputes may be mitigated and a new spirit of unity may be fostered. Without cancelling ethnic identities, love and solidarity may function as a binding link. They aim people, and people, the human being, is the common denominator in every religion. Jesus Christ, through his example, his teachings, has shown to us the road of love and solidarity. He called for people to take part in this process, and his crucifixion and resurrection is the reminder of his absolute sacrificial love. The projection of the love and solidarity of Jesus Christ should be the starting point, the foundation of a new course for Syria and for the entire world. I would like to congratulate you for today's International Scientific Conference, and I wish the organizers and guests all the best of success. Fervent wishes, the Archbishop of Athens and all Greece.
Παρακαλώ τον εκπρόσωπο της αυτού Θεοτάτης Παναγιώτητας.
And now, a representative of the Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople, Bartholomeos, the representative Archimandrite, Mr. Isidoros Katsos, will now take the floor. Your Eminence, representative of His Eminence Archbishop of Athens and whole Greece, President of the Athens, Excellencies, dear audience, Christ is risen. On behalf of His Most Divine Holiness, Patriarch, Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, I would like to thank the organizers of the 5th International Conference on Religious Diplomacy for the very kind invitation and to congratulate them for this very open and current and important meeting. It is our common hope here that the selection of this topic, Christians of Syria, developments and perspectives, and the ensuing discussions will contribute to the quest of this course, given God-sent course that will lead to the establishment of a much solicited peace in the cradle of Christianity. And because it was there in Antioch of Syria where the disciples of student were first named Christians. It was in March of this year where the Ecumenical Patriarch and the prelates, members of the Holy Synod, based on the tragic events, violent events in Syria, and the common call to by the Patriarch of Antioch and the two primates in the Syria of the other Christian churches sent a letter to his beatitude, Patriarch of Antioch, John, in order to declare their support to the ancient church and all the Christians of Syria. It is worth recalling the words of the ecumenical patriarch because they actually are very indicative of the interest shown by the ecumenical patriarchate to the suffering Christian populations of Syria. His All Holiness notes, among other things, the very sad loss of human life, cruelty, and persecution against the Christian population and other religious and ethnic minorities bear witness to the impasse in which persons and peoples find themselves when there is no peace and justice. And it is actually a decision by the Synod to express our sympathy and understanding and of the ecumenical patriarch and myself, because and I will recall that do not let your hearts be troubled and do not be afraid, because because Christ has overcome the world. And it is in this spirit that we urged the church and the people and all in all the provinces of the All Holy Ecumenical Throne to intensify their prayers to the Archon of Peace and God of Love, in order to ask him, to pray to him to protect Christian brothers, our Christian brothers, and the civilian population of Syria. It is worth mentioning here that His All Holiness had expressed the interest by the ecumenical patriarchate for the Christians of the Middle East, as he does often in his meeting in December of 2024 with His Excellency, the President of the Turkish Republic, Mr. Erdogan. In that meeting, His All Holiness had asked the President to exercise all his influence in order to protect and defend the life and security and safety of Christians of all minorities of Syria. These initiatives fully justify the very good remark, very relevant remark made by the Archbishop of Athens and all Greece, made to the Patriarch back in June 2014, when he told him that you are not only the Green Patriarch, but the Patriarch of love and solidarity. And indeed, the Ecumenical Patriarchate, in expressing the spirit of the Orthodox Church in its entirety, was never cut off from the world, or never remained indifferent vis-à-vis the history and culture. The central position of the holy worship and also monastic life, as well as the eschatological orientation of the Orthodox, is open by nature. It is a source of openness, of charity, of social sensitivity and solidarity. That is all the necessary ingredients for peace. The Church has always been on the side of the persecuted ones, the refugees, the poor ones, those that live in fear, those that labor, and those that are weighed down, without restricting itself to just partially or occasionally expressing support to the sufferers. And this is why Archbishop of Athens expressed his idea to the Patriarch, calling him Patriarch of Solidarity, because this is the triptych, the three axes, human rights, peace, and solidarity, that are the axes of the Orthodox witness. And they are inextricably linked between them. And these are the three axes that I am going to analyze using the text by the Ecumenical Patriarch. First axis, human rights. The human rights are understood by the Ecumenical Patriarchate as a modern expression of all human quests for and demand for freedom, equality, and social justice. As Paul wrote in his letter to the Gauls, there is no Jew, no Greek, no slave or free, no man or woman, because you are all one in Christ. The demands for general freedom, universal equality, and social justice are the necessary conditions for the well-being of all human societies. So what it is important to understand is how to understand the content of freedom, equality, and justice. This is where the ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew contributes to the debate on human rights. As it is well known to the erudites, in the Orthodox Church there is no common understanding or evaluation assessment of human rights. There is some degree of agreement in the positive approach of social rights. And it is certain that a stance of rejection overall vis-à-vis the human rights and their understanding as a threat to the Orthodox identity are caused by a misunderstanding of the rights themselves and of the Orthodox spirit at large. The Ecumenical Patriarchate considers that the dialogue with human rights and the struggle for their defense must be central to the Orthodox witness in the modern world. Therefore, rejects emphatically Samuel Huntington's position and all those who follow him, that is, allegedly orthodoxy is not in tandem with human rights and the principles of democracy and liberalism. The truth is that orthodoxy stresses emphatically the social content of freedom, the value of social rights, without overlooking the role of individual rights. These last ones are sometimes unjustly deemed by certain thinkers as intrinsically connected to the person-centered understanding of things and righteism. Unfortunately, the non-Christian religions characterize very easily human rights as an ideal construct of the West, which is, of course, not true, because human rights are not at all a threat for the special identity of religions and cultures. Neither do they express a tyranny over everybody. On the contrary, they are the basic conditions for the free cultural expression and peaceful coexistence of different choices of ways of life. The human rights become even more important in periods of religious and political persecutions or wars. And that is why we insist so much on the rights of Christian and in general religious communities and minorities of Syria. The Ecumenical Patriarch is certain that the human rights have proven a dynamic reality in a position to face new challenges and new threats against freedom and justice. And human rights can and must be now and in the future the fundamental tool for the bringing about of freedom, justice and peace in Syria. Second axis, peace. In matters of peace, a lot of criticism is made in nowadays against the religious, because instead of acting as peacemaking forces, often they foster fanaticism and violence. This is what we seem to be experiencing today in the field, in the space of Middle East. Therefore, the question arises that in respect to the history of humanity, with all these explosions of religious fundamentalism, religious wars, destruction of religious monuments in the name of different religious identities and persecutions of religious minorities, how can we, given all of this, speak about religion as peacemaking power? It is well known that religions, even today, present arguments to the negators of faith. The Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew remains faithful to the idea that the peace of peoples and cultures is not feasible without peace between religions and without the latter's contribution to the universal struggle for peace, because he is the disciple and forever faithful to the message of the gospel: peace I live with you, my peace I give you. And again, after the resurrection, peace be with you. With this theological, ontological substratum, the Ecumenical Patriarchate supports all sincere initiatives in favor of peace and conciliation, and works indefatigably for the bringing forth and the implementation of the peace-making role of religions. It is not acceptable that religions may foster and rekindle the flame of to be steadfast and against each and every phenomenon of religious bigotry and violence. Therefore, religious violence and fundamentalism actually a failure of the religious experience and not an intrinsic feature of authentic faith, as erroneously is maintained by some negators of of religion. This is why the Ecumenical Patriarchate unanimously, together with all the other primates of Orthodox churches and the other prelates, brought to the fourth during the Great and Holy Council of the Orthodox Church in Crete in 2016 the value of the sincere interreligious dialogue and its contribution to the cultivation of mutual trust and promotion of peace and conciliation. And in the University of Strasbourg, recently the Ecumenical Patriarch said that undoubtedly religions contain the potential for peacemaking, and there are in religions incentives and leaps for towards tending towards an internal peace, not only for peace, but in a place, but in the world over. And when the peace of universe is present, this is inextricably linked with justice. There was in the history of humanity, peace was never given or self-evident. It was always an acquisition. It was always the result of a fight, of bravery and self-sacrifice. It is the love of man by man who sees in his fellow human being a brother and not a foe, not an enemy. The expectation that was born in our era that peace and justice will result self-evidently as a result, as the outcome of development of science and technology, was belied by the developments. There are no automatisms. Third axis, solidarity. Human rights and peace are linked to solidarity. The third pillar of the Orthodox experience. The concept of solidarity is a modern expression of the most primordial Christian idea. That is, that the commandment to love thy neighbor, or Christ's invitation in the parable of the Good Samaritan to become a neighbor to the one who needs us. And this aims to activate our whole being. Indeed, social problems and economic developments affect people, humans, deeply in their being, while persecution, hunger, and poverty have always, and especially today, plagued a large proportion of our fellow human beings. That's why throughout its history, the Church has stood by the side of the poor, the persecuted, and the needy. Care for the weak and practical help was not limited to occasional support for the suffering neighbor, but it had a much broader reach. It included organized charity work, multi-level charitable action, and numerous relevant church structures. As it has been noted, that it founded and promoted a culture of help, of assistance, is one of Christianity's lasting contributions to the history of human civilization.
An important dimension of the Church's social witness has been resistance to exploitation and inequality. It's not a coincidence that the fathers of the Church articulated important truths about the problem of social injustice and its constructive consequences, about the abuse of wealth and power, about the functions and use of property, and about the society of solidarity. The Church has offered a lot to justice in society. And what is today a demand of our times, along with charity, is a commitment to intergenerational social justice. The Church must consistently resist against those trends, developments, and institutions that offend the dignity of man, and must strive to establish a culture of solidarity, not only among people today, but also among future generations. Religious fundamentalism and religious persecution undermine the prospect of solidarity for people who are not yet born, but who have the right to live in a peaceful, economically, ecologically, and culturally sustainable world. The ecumenical patriarch knows very well that he is the continuator and the carrier of the tradition of Christian solidarity, which is 2,000 years old, initiated by the preaching and action of the apostles and continued by the great saints of the spirit and historical action of the ecumenical patriarchate. And he states the main problems that every economic crisis signals are not unknown to us. Throughout its history, the Church has been on the side of those who are most worn and burdened, those who are weak, who are the sick, the suffering, the orphans. The faithful are the deacons, have been the deacons of the poor, the orphans, the sick, the suffering. Our city is revered for the proverbial social contribution of its Archbishop John Chrysostom, whom George Florovsky called the prophet of charity. Saint John Chrysostom considered charity a central dimension of Christian existence. In the name of charity and justice, he clashed with the palace, with the authorities and the powers, and he suffered the consequences. His descriptions and analysis, full of sensitivity, underline the social dimension of sin, denounce injustice and the coldness of human relations and the absence of solidarity. Always very concrete, he constantly calls for works of love for the suffering. According to St. John the Chrysostom, practical love for the needy is a proof of the authenticity of faith. In the face of the great challenges of our times, the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople clearly articulates the word of the freedom of Christ through crucifixion and resurrection as communion and solidarity. This culture of solidarity, which transforms the society of having into a community of being, is proclaimed by the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, deeply convinced through the spiritual experience of the Church that behind social, economic, and ecological problems, behind the diverse religious and humanitarian challenges, there is always a moral and spiritual crisis. And this is why all efforts to understand and address the crisis cannot thrive if they do not refer to the role and the contribution of religions. In his opening address to the 5th International Conference on Religious Diplomacy, titled The Christians of Syria, Developments and Perspectives, On behalf of His All Holiness, the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, the words of the Orthodox hierarchs who participated in the Holy and Great Synod of the Orthodox Church appear extremely timely and relevant. The encyclical states, "The Orthodox Church follows with much pain and prayer and takes note of the great contemporary humanitarian crisis, the proliferation of violence and military conflicts, the persecution, exile, and murder of members of religious minorities, the violent displacement of families from their homelands, the tragedy of human trafficking, the violation of the dignity and fundamental rights of individuals and peoples, and forced conversions." She condemns unconditionally the abductions, tortures, and abhorrent executions. She denounces the destruction of places of worship, religious symbols, and cultural monuments. And the encyclical continues emphatically with its eyes fixed on the Christian brothers and sisters in Syria. The Orthodox Church is particularly concerned about the situation facing Christians and other persecuted ethnic and religious minorities in the Middle East. In particular, she addresses an appeal to governments in that region to protect the Christian populations, Orthodox, ancient Eastern, and other Christians who have survived in the cradle of Christianity. The indigenous Christian and other populations enjoy the inalienable right to remain in their countries as citizens with equal rights. The message of the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew to that Congress and to all humanity is a message of conciliation that stems from the experience of life in Christ and is addressed to all people of good will and good mind, reminding them of the peacemaking role of religions. The message of peace, both internal and geopolitical peace, is expressed by the timeless experience of the Orthodox Church and is summarized in such a beautiful metaphor in the message of the Holy and Great Synod of the Orthodox Church. The oil of religious experience must be used to heal wounds and not to rekindle the fire of military conflicts. Christ has risen.
Πανουσιολόγητα, ευχαριστούμε θερμά.
Your Very Reverence, thank you greatly for your speech. And of course, we extend our thanks to His All Holiness for the significant messages he conveyed today through us to the audience and to the broader community. Before we take a brief coffee break, I would like to inform you that at 4 o'clock, the representative of the Prime Minister, the Secretary General for Greeks Abroad, Ms. Maria Mirogianni, will join us to address our conference. So thank you, and let's now take a brief break. Thank you.
Ακουγόμαστε. Νομίζω ότι μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε. Να σας καλημερίσω σε αυτή την πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα εκδήλωση, να ευχαριστήσω λίγο προσωπικά το Ινστιτούτο Εξωτερικών Υποθέσεων για την πρόσκληση για ένα θέμα για το οποίο δυστυχώς γνωρίζουμε πάρα πολύ λίγα στην χώρα μας και το λέω και σε μια λογική.
Πιο δυνατά.
Άνοιξε, τώρα άνοιξε.
Παράκληση.
Λοιπόν, καλημέρα και πάλι. Θέλω να σας ευχαριστήσω.
So, good morning once again. Thank you very much for being here. I would like to warmly thank the organizers for inviting me. This is a highly interesting conference, and this is an occasion for us to reflect on ourselves as journalists. And this issue touches upon the broader region. The broader Middle East region. It is with great pleasure that I have here with me today people who are much more knowledgeable than I am. It's Mr. Katsaniotis, who is an MP and former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Ms. Maria Antoniadou, who is a journalist and the chair of the Journalists Union of Athens daily newspapers. She is also very knowledgeable because in previous times there was the role of church reporters. So, Mr. Castagnotis, please describe to us the situation in the region. Listen, I thought of of what I am about to say a lot. First of all, I would like to warmly thank you for inviting us. This topic should be part of the public debate to a greater extent. Let's not forget that Syria has been one of the sites of one of the bloodiest, deadliest conflicts in our region for more than a decade now. Truth be told, when I was in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a colleague who is no longer an MP, Mr. Manousos Voloudakis, would insist on seeing me to discuss this very issue. This was a person that has nothing to do with the region, that had no relationship, no ties with the region, had no reason whatsoever to dwell on these issues, but he had shown a particular interest in Christianity in the region. And then we had discussions with Manousos at the time that urged me, due to my capacity as well, to be engaged in a series of actions pursued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I thought a lot about what I should say today in terms of significance so as to add something to the public debate. So I thought that many times we talk about the Christians in the region without knowing the history of the region. When was it that the Christian presence was first found there? What happened over time? And what will happen in the near future? Syria was one of the most ancient hubs of Christianity, and it played a critical role in establishing the first years of Christian religion and church. The presence of Christianity in the region is ongoing despite successive clashes, conflicts, and modern contemporary geopolitical events. Syria has been a fundamental site of early Christian history. Paul the Apostle converted to Christianity on his way to Damascus, thus making the Syrian capital a significant cultural, spiritual site. The community of Antioch was the first large Christian community, and this is where the disciples were first named apostles. And the early church years were marked by the establishment of the ancient patriarchates that coincided with the flourishing of monasticism and theology. Simeon and other figures became role models globally that had a large impact on the then world. And Syria contributed greatly to the widespreading of Christian messages. Following the Arab conquest, Christian communities became dhimmi, protected citizens, however subdued citizens that enjoyed a relevant degree of autonomy. The Christian populations contributed to the translation of the scientific legacy in Syrian and then in Arabic languages. The Arab dominance maintained the millet system, thus allowing Christians to function as religiously autonomous communities. The Patriarchate of Antioch kept its see at first in Antioch and then in Damascus. Over the centuries, there were differentiations in doctrines, and this is also interesting up to today, when the Melkites, the Maronites, and other Christian populations emerged. And many of these populations were approached by Western missions. The Christians in Syria were faced with colonialism, political coups, independence. The Christians were actively involved in nationalism in Syria and the establishment of the Syrian state. However, the civil war had a tragic impact on all religious communities, particularly for Christians, many of whom were forced to abandon their homeland. Historical churches were ruined. Al-Qara, Maulula are among the communities that greatly suffered. But let's now take a closer look at what happened to the Patriarchate of Antioch, because all the while the Christian communities evolved, it is worthwhile taking a closer look at the Patriarchate of Antioch. Like I already said, this is one of the most ancient and significant sees of Christianity. Its path since the first centuries up to now reflects the historical changes, the political and social conflicts in the Middle East, as well as contemporary challenges. It is one of the 5 ancient churches that was radiant over centuries in Syria, Lebanon, and the Middle East in the broader sense. The Church of Antioch was established by Peter and Paul the Apostles. Petros the Apostle was the first bishop of Antioch before relocating to Constantinople. Antioch was the 3rd largest hub of Christianity. Then, during the first centuries, Antioch became a significant cultural and philosophical hub that established its own hermeneutical school as opposed to the Alexandrian allegoric school. Ioannis Chrysostomos were among the prominent figures of the area. And during the Nice Synod, Council, the Patriarchate was established as an area including Syria, part of Palestine. However, then in the 5th century, there were some disputes, particularly after the Council of Chalcedon, that led to the Chalcedonian schism that brought that brought in existence the Chalcedonians and the anti-Chalcedonians. And then there was this communion that was maintained with the Ecumenical Patriarchate and other patriarchs. After some time, the see was transferred to Damascus, where it is to date. I will skip some parts of history because I do not want to tire you, but I will mention, however, 2 things. First, until the 19th century, the Patriarchate of Antioch was mostly controlled by patriarchs of Greek descent. But then Meletios Doumanis was appointed, and the Arabization of the Patriarchate began. Thus, there was a local profile of the Patriarchate that first emerged. And this is something that should be taken into account. Also, now the Patriarchate has presence in Syria, Lebanon, Brazil, North America, and Australia. Its theological site is Balamans in Lebanon, where the Greek, where the Orthodox School of Theology operates. And now I would like to note that St. John of Damascus School of Theology was, and we are certain that in the future it will also be, off the microphone, equitable, equivalent to other university schools. Exactly so. Yes, I was fortunate enough to launch this initiative. The goal is to further strengthen, bolster our ties with the Patriarchate of Antioch, as well as the religious supports of Greece in the broader Middle East region. The St. John of Damascus School of Theology is under the auspice, the patronage of the Patriarchate of Antioch, and it is a hub of Orthodox priests and aspiring Patriarchate officers. The current Patriarch of Antioch, John, is a former scholar of the Greek Ministry of Education who holds a degree from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. In fact, he was the dean of the University of Palamon twice in the past. And the curriculum, since 1985, if memory serves, provided for closer ties centered around educational issues. At the time, there were only courses, live courses, but now there are also courses remote, really. And the Thessaloniki and Athens schools of theology have made efforts in that respect. Unfortunately, regrettably, in light of the conflicts, things have changed. But facilitating the learning of Greek language through the programs of this university is of importance. Maintaining the close ties and robust cooperation is important, not only in terms of theological matters, but also in terms of the role that Greece should have vis-à-vis the Orthodox patriarchates. But now, let's talk about today. Unfortunately, the Christian populations, not only in Syria, the Christian populations in the Middle East in general, have been shrinking. 2 years ago, I believe, I was in Lebanon, and the 80%, and if then the 80% of the population were Christians, but now this has dropped down to 20%. This is the outcome of systematic persecutions targeting Christians, but it also has to do with the fear of war. Let's not forget that most Christians could afford to leave the country, financially speaking. So it's not only about pressure put on Christians by extremists, it's also about their financial wealth. And this is why we need a strategy that will allow us, on the one hand, to welcome Christians who have found their way to Europe, help them coordinate so as not to allow the region to de-Christianize. And on the other hand, Greece cannot afford to be a mere observer of developments. There are significant ties, cultural, spiritual, financial ties. And let's not forget that these populations think of us in a different way compared to the rest of Europe. And Christian populations, this goes back in time, are the carriers of historical continuity, and they have been greatly contributing to the broader cultural landscape in the area. And they have excellent mediation skills, cooperation skills, and this has been well proven throughout time. They can be a pillar of stability in this ever-changing political landscape, and they can offset extremism, fanaticism, and this has been well proven throughout time. Greece, therefore, should be serious, launch a national strategy, bolster its role as a pillar of stability and influence over the area. This is a changing world. Power has nothing to do with military power. It can also be political power, religious power, cultural power, and we are able to act in a way that will serve national interests, regional stability, and the Christian communities of the Orient. In closing, I would not want us to overlook the role of not only the political but also the religious role that Russia aims to play in this particular region. Let's not forget that the presence of Greek Orthodox patriarchates was never pleasing to Russia. The Church of Russia, the Patriarchate of Russia would have different pursuits. So let's never forget that part of the equation in the Middle East implies great interests of Russia that are not to our own interest. And let's not forget that foreign policy cannot be a field of generic statements, but a field of specific initiatives. Hopefully, today's discussion will spark a series of debates. And let's never forget that we cannot afford to lose time. So we need to step up if we want to make sure that the patriarchate and the populations remain where they were for the past 2,000 years. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Πάμε στην Μαρία την Αντωνιάδη.
Thank you very much. And now Maria Antoniadou, the state of affairs in the region and next steps and the role of diplomacy. Eminence, reverend fathers, ladies and gentlemen, let us identify ourselves. All three of us have worked for the press. Dimitris comes from the television. I come from the written press, daily newspapers, and the minister himself worked for the media, but from a different perspective, that of minister for the press. First of all, let me thank Mr. Katsonis for the invitation. If I invited you to go downstairs now and ask a young person of 20 years old, if we ask them what is the God that Syrians pray to, they will not be in a position to tell you that there are Christians in Syria, that there is a Christian presence that I wish will continue to exist there, a flourishing Christian community, flourishing on all levels. My first experience when I was a young journalist, back in 1999, I went to the Middle East. I went to Damascus under the then Archbishop Christodoulos. There was a mosque there, and there were thousands of Christians welcoming the Greek Archbishop. Some days later, the Patriarch and the Archbishop went into a valley which was 100% Christian, 35 Christian villages, and the Bedouins that are considered the protectors, the defenders of the Christians, came down from the mountains in order to seek the blessing of the two primates. And for those of us who knew Syria by the political developments there, there was Assad family and El-Assad was there after the discussions with Andrea Papandreou. Back then, we didn't know what Christianity was and the presence of Christians was in that region. And we knew things about Syria from the great agreement about Antioch. Antioch is not an old and ancient patriarchate as a result of an accident, but because of its theology and its Christian course in history. In self-determination, I will say that I come from I'm a Black Sea Greek, and I am member of the flock of the Ecumenical Patriarchate, exactly as my grandmother believed. And she used to say, my great-grandmother, when she told me about the course they followed from the mountains of the Black Sea and all their hardships en route towards Greece, where she arrived when she was 10 years old. She arrived with her grandfather, and ever since I was a child, I consider my duty to go and pray the Panagia Soumela. When she spoke about Gali, French, I understood that it was the Patriarchate of Antioch that looked after the refugees who were trying to find a boat and a way out towards the homeland that we didn't know. They didn't know that. They didn't know anything about, and how could they, since they have lived there forever? So I have a huge respect for these people that protected my family. There were some Black Sea Greeks there, not so many anymore, but back then there were Black Sea Greeks. Unfortunately, this is not Syria anymore. Unfortunately, the Christian presence is shrinking down. The 2.5 million Christians that we were talking about 10 years ago does not exist anymore. 1.5 to 2 million many years back was a fact book by CIA that was actually mentioning populations as a function of their religion, but that was back then. Nowadays, the population of Christians is dwindling, and it does not exceed 700,000 people. And Why this is? Because after the 15-20-year civil war that led to the fall of Assad and the Arab Spring that preceded the effects and the changes brought about by the regime, the democratic regimes, people choosing, selecting the leaders. Well, in this state of affairs, Christians are getting away, are living. And a friend of mine used to tell me in the beginning of 2014 that the people who fought there, they didn't know what Christians are. We have people fighting here that have never met Christian members of the clergy anymore. And the communities of the Patriarchate of Antioch in Europe are increasing, 100,000 in Germany and Austria. The Diocese of France is becoming stronger, and the Canadian communities have become stronger by the Lebanese Christians, but now the countries of reception do not accept people anymore. They have closed down, and the Patriarchate in the Patriarchate of Antioch, I had the pleasure of meeting the previous patriarch, Ignace. He was an Arab. He never hid that fact. And Andreas will allow me 2 minutes to speak about the Patriarchate, which is Greek Orthodox. Whether the Patriarch is Greek or Arab, this depends on the flock. And I've been there also with Albania. It is the flock that decides, that elects a patriarch. And in the case of Ignace, the Greek diplomacy made very serious mistakes. The Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs had an unit on church matters, affairs, and the Patriarch, the Archbishop of Philippopolis was there, and he was, I'm sorry to say, was not good in church diplomacy. Greece has helped Greece, Lebanon, and Jordan, that comes under the Patriarchate of Jerusalem. But it is not possible for someone who knows Greece to try and control the election of the patriarch. It is not. It is a mistake to do that. The person that was there, was elected, was well known. He used to travel to Beirut to celebrate the resurrection mass. But back then, Greece did everything in its power in order to stop Ignace from being elected as a patriarch. Anastasios Giannoulatos from the Orthodox Youth, that was a pan-Orthodox movement, was known. They were most patriarchs were Arab speakers. In 2001, when John Paul II, Charles Wojtyla from Krakow, when he visited Greece, we found out that he was going to be accompanied by UNITE. he was accompanying him, following into the steps of Apostle Paul. Some groups of the Church of Greece were asking for a denouncement of unions, which was present throughout the centuries. Of course, we all want 95% of the flock to be Orthodox. I don't know how many people go to church or how many people go to religious school and so on.
Τις ανακοινώσεις που βγάλαν τις τελευταίες.
So, the representatives of Roman Catholic Church are the majority, so the Orthodox Christians do not have the luxury to call the shots. They survive because they are very industrious. They have a very rich tradition, but that is the only reason. I don't know for how much longer this is going to go on. And in Jordan and in Egypt with Sisi today, we saw the same thing. In the past, the Orthodox primates were very reserved with regard to the Arab Spring. The patriarch spoke about the disasters, the damages to the churches. Why are they reserved? Because they don't know what is in store for them. So of course they will survive, but the Christians will never be in the future what they used to be in the past. And it is true, Andreas, that Greece has assisted with the school of Balamant and has given sponsorships and grants and has done everything it can despite its own hardship, financial hardship, memoranda and so on. Now, Russians. Syria was always a Russian satellite. The Russians had bases there. And when Greece was suffering financially and could not hand out grants, we know all of this. We have lost our jobs during the deep crisis as journalists, I mean. And we helped financially and also sending food to the Middle East. But then Greece could not support the Christians of the Middle East because it had to support its own people. However, Russia could afford to use its money and military forces. Don't forget that to the very end, Russia supported Assad. The patriarch also turned to Russia for assistance, and there were meetings and visits. And to finish, I will refer to the linguistic issue. One hit against Christianity were the earthquakes of Antioch that belongs to Turkey. Imagine a primate that only speaks Greek and half the flock only speaking Turkish. The geopolitical circumstances there were very difficult. I know that Andreas tried to throw bridges across, but this needs to be done systematically in order to assist those regions. I want to thank you, and stop here, although I would have much more to say, but I will finish by saying that there are outflows of Christians from those lands. I wish and hope that all the countries that Christian countries that want to speak with the political powers to help in order for the Christians to remain in Syria. Benedict XVI, the previous Pope, great theologian, was interested in the Christian identity and Christian roots of Europe, but it did not really work, and Europe itself is seeing its Muslim population growing, so I don't know for how long it is going to remain a Christian continent, and there are many more people that are agnostic. And in closing again, I would like to tell you, to reiterate one unforgettable image, my first image from Syria in 1999, that Greece has really helped. Back then, there were only 50 people in the entrance of the Orthodox Church in order to receive the Greek primate, although Greece had done so much to help Syria.
I would like to add something to what Maria said, because she also talked about the religious affairs unit of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. Here we have to do, if you allow me, with three different things. First, religious populations in the area. Second, the Orthodox patriarchates of those areas. And diplomacy. And the Holy Fathers should forgive me. I'm not talking about faith or church. I'm talking purely about the diplomatic aspect. We should all agree that there is some drop in the trend of people who wanted to become monks. This is not true just in those areas. This is true for the whole Western world, and this creates barriers for people who will have the religious management or HR empowerment for the Greek Orthodox patriarchates. And this is the direction that should be followed in the Greek state assistance. And I will agree with Maria. Sometimes we judge from the easy analysis of Vasilissis Sophia's Avenue, and we ask people from a different environment to have our own mindset and a purity of reason, which is granted. This is not true. Things are much more complicated. We have to help as much as possible the Greek Orthodox patriarchates because the Christian populations may instantly, for some reasons, depart, but we should always keep in mind that as long as the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate is there, as long as the history of the faith is there, populations will be able, when the situation in the region allows, to go back. This should be our strategy, in my view. Both for reasons of the value of history or for national reasons. That was my point. Maria was right. Sometimes we underestimate this unit. I believe it should be one of the most powerful units in the foreign ministry, because this is linked with everything, with the Greek diaspora and everything. Supporting those populations there is not easy, of course, if there are not open channels of communication with the regime. I agree, this is a sine qua non. And Greece lately has taking distances from any initiative. The last years, Greece is absent in the area. I think that there are some parts of diplomacy, for example, with Lebanon. We signed a couple of years ago a trilateral agreement, Greece, Cyprus, and Lebanon, that has to do with the diaspora. It's not just hard diplomacy. There are many other aspects of diplomacy, how we will work together, how the diaspora, our diaspora throughout the world can work together. Let me remind you that Lebanon has a very strong diaspora in France. Many people may not know that it has also a strong diaspora in Brazil. So how we can take joint actions, Greece, Cyprus, and Lebanon? There have always been some sectors and aspects and fields of influence. I will tell you something that not many people know. In Lebanon, currently, there is an association with more than 600 members, Greek scientists, or rather Lebanese scientists who have made their studies in Greece. Very strong people. Most of them are medical doctors, dentists, engineers. They have studied mostly in the Aristotelian University, so they work there and they have a strong influence. You know, it's 500 scientists in Lebanon who can speak and organize events, and they even give Greek names to their children without being Greeks. So you see, there are some fields that should be taken into consideration. Let me ask a question, because we have to close, about economic support, because you mentioned the financial crisis in Greece and that Greece could not help financially. For example, we could have initiatives on the European level. What about that? Yes, obviously. Dimitris, let me tell you. Right now, I know at least 10 people severely ill who wanted to go abroad for treatment, because in the past, Syria used to have a very strong pharmaceutical industry, but now there are no pharmaceuticals there. So they need support in order to go abroad for treatment, and this is not possible. The streets have been closed. Although during the civil war, Christians had a special treatment through Lebanon from other countries, perhaps the Netherlands, but now they are trapped there. They wanted to go, but there is no support from Europe. There are discussions, but Europe, as you know, Dimitris, has its own problems to resolve. Yesterday, we had problems with the Chancellor of Germany. For the time being, he cannot look into the problem. There were issues with Assad. Assad is not there anymore, but there are other issues today. So they are having some discussions, but protection of Christians will come later. First of all, they need to protect the interests of the European countries in the region. Well, the elimination of the Christian population is something that Europe will see later. This will also be experienced in Europe. Do not misunderstand what I'm saying. All religions are respectable as long as they do not work aggressively against other religions. They must learn to tolerate the beliefs of other people. What people had envisaged with the Twin Towers, in Europe we didn't have that, but we had the Crusades. Those things happened in the Middle Ages. They cannot still happen today. That's all. I don't know, is there any question from the floor? Off the microphone. The father is off the mic. Unfortunately, we cannot hear in the booth.
Το είπα. Το είπα. Δεν πιστεύουμε.
Για τον Πατριάρχιο πρώτο.
The first Arab-speaking patriarch in 1899 was a metropolitan of Laodicea in Syria. And back then, all metropolitans spoke Greek. and the patriarch didn't need to be a Greek. It's not that the Arabs have taken over the patriarchate. And still today, we have around 22 metropolitans of the patriarchate. 17 of them speak Greek fluently. So I think this is the best that Greece can do for our patriarchate. I have a lot to say about Bannerman. I made my master's studies in the School of Theology of Balamand. The School of Theology in Balamand was established by the former Patriarch Ignace in 1970. It was an absolute need for all other Christian confessions, because all other Christian confessions have their own universities and hospitals. It was only the Orthodox Church that didn't have one. If you allow me, Father, it was not just that. It's the period where the Chalki School of Theology was shut down. So that was the school where most primates would study. So there was a need for a school of theology. I remember something that Patriarch Ignace said once. We cannot just have monuments. Monuments are protected by the Christians. That was the message when things were happening in Jerusalem. And I was saying that the Christians leave Syria. It's not just Christians. Before the start of the civil war, Syria had around 23 or 24 million, and today it has 14 million. So it's 1 million Christians that left the country, plus 13 million Muslims who left the country. It's now half of the country's population. You see, it's 1 million versus 8 million. So it's a very disproportionate ratio. Yes, and Greece has helped and is still helping. And back then in Aleppo, because I'm under the Metropolitan of Aleppo, the Archbishop, the late Christodoulos, opened a very nice school there where people would learn Greek. It was not just for Christians and the Orthodox, it was for everyone. So the Greek church has helped, and Greece is helping a lot. In 2015, the last Greek metropolitan passed of Greek origin, Konstantinos Papakonstantinou. He was the last one of Greek origin. Yes, of Baghdad, right. And concerning Ignace and the situation for the Christians down there, I think as you said, we do have power in Syria, and we are respected as Orthodox. I remember once somebody said that to the late Patriarch Ignace, what can you say about the current situation in Syria? And he said, we have no problem at all, no problem with anyone. We have no problem with the power. When the power leaders are changing, we just change the picture on the wall. So he was not afraid. He was not in fear. Christians down there are not afraid. That was all I wanted to say, and forgive me. Well, please forgive me. I didn't say anything about the current patriarch. I mostly talked about history. I think the current patriarch is a distinguished figure. Do we have time for one more question? Off the mic.
Σε αυτό που είπε η κυρία Αντωνιάδου.
About what Mrs. Antoniadou said before, we definitely need to support the communities. We needed to support the mission, because you talked about the non-existing love, of course, because when there is proselytism, that's a great problem. But what we need to do in cooperation with the foreign ministry is clear. I don't know why we stopped the possibility of transferring things to Africa, because in the past we could transfer 4 tons of stuff to Africa in a month. Now we cannot send anything. We pay huge amounts just to send a book. So how can we support the communities there and the patriarchates when there is nobody who can support us? Thank you. Thank you. Well, it is because of the bailout program and the financial crisis. I think we can close. We're done. Thank you very much.
Λοιπόν, αν επιτρέπετε, να ξεκινήσουμε με...
If I may, I would like to ask you to take your seats so that we proceed to the next panel, and then we will have a lunch break. So, this panel is more of a geopolitical nature than a panel relating to church and religious issues in Syria and the broader region. I would like to begin by introducing Ms. Diana Zagorianou, who is an ambassador ad honorem. She has served as ambassador in Syria, Damascus, however, at a time where things were more peaceful under EU Assad. And I would like to ask Ms. Zagorianou to walk us through her experience as regards the Syrian society and also describe to us the stance of Greece, the formal stance of the Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs vis-à-vis Syria, as well as the position of Syria. Ms. Zagorianou, thank you for inviting me. Please speak up. Speak up. Okay, I will try to. So, following the excellent panelists of the previous panel, I would like to first quote an axiom, although we never use axioms in the language of diplomacy. We must at all costs maintain the Greek Orthodox community in Syria. This is not due to the religion, but because, among other things, this is also in the interests of Greece. I have served in Syria for 3.5 years, up until the Arab Spring. It was a very interesting period in time. Things were calm, but nearing the end, you could sense that something was about to happen. In order for us to understand what Syria is, for us and Europe, I would like to bring to mind its geographical position. Syria is the best piece of land in the Middle East. It's a site of pipelines. It was part of the Belt Road. It is an excellent plot. It is a secular state formally because since Assad it has been a secular state. And this is helpful. Christians were able to live in this secular context, in this theoretically secular context, although the largest part of the population were Sunnites. But there were also many Christians and many Greek Orthodox Christians among them. So this regime allowed Christians to live in peace and flourish and prosper. The financial, economic, and cultural elite in Syria were mostly Greek Orthodox Christians. And I insist on talking about the spiritual elite because the lawyers, the doctors, the scientists, the academic professors, those who were prominent ones were mostly Greek Orthodox Syrians. And they were the spiritual leading figures. It's not like there were no Arabs among them or Syrians among them, but it was mostly the Greek Orthodox Christians that had this great power. And I insist on this. I would say, let's talk about 1,000 residents, because we as diplomats, when we hand over our posts, we inform our successors. And we more or less talk about 1,000 residents. And because these are more or less the people, the number of people in Syria who have a critical role to play. And out of these 1,000 residents who play a vital role in developments, most of them were Christians who had studied in Europe or in Greece. Some of them also were holders of Greek passports. And that was very important to us. The relationship between Greece and the Patriarchate and the Arab Ignatius were very good. We enjoyed regular visits, fixed visits that were tiring to him and us, but they were regular. And Ignatius was probably at first a bit, I would say, more positive towards Greece compared to other patriarchs in Alexandria, for example. But our ongoing discussions and partnership was perfect. And this had to do with him as well as with all other metropolises around Damascus. And I would like to mention the Metropolitan Pavlos in Aleppo. We all know what his end was like, and unfortunately. But we enjoyed perfect cooperation, close cooperation, and Greece was doing its best to stand side by side with the Patriarchate and all churches. Greece had pursued conscious efforts to achieve this because Greece realized the significance of the Patriarchate and the significance of maintaining the Christian population in the region. And then things happened. The Arab Spring, our own financial crisis. Well, times were hard, rough. We all understand what another speaker said. We cannot afford to send military aid there. Yes, this is well understood, but it is also the natural turn of events, considering what preceded. I believe that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs fully understands the importance of Syria and Christianity in Syria. I believe that the ministry still pursues efforts to maintain contacts with the region, and I think that things will move on in a positive way. I believe in that. I hope so. Also, there was talk about the role of Russia, Turkey, the role of Syria vis-à-vis other countries. I believe that second to Egypt, Syria is the most significant country in the region. Russia, well, that is easily understood. To Russia, Syria is of great interest. There is no other way for Russia to have access to the Mediterranean. It's only through the Syrian ports that they can achieve this. Therefore, Russia will not easily abandon this country. As to the relations between Russia and Syria and Turkey, because you understand the game, you understand what is at play. I do not want to get into details because I believe that you are all knowledgeable, so it's easy for you to connect the dots. Syria and Turkey have been through love and hate relationships since the Alexandretta times. Then the Syrian rivers that were downstream to Turkey. So Syria is fully dependent on Turkey for water resources. And in fact, I remember that there was this close embrace between Syria and Turkey. In fact, there was this specific ship that linked Antakya, the Syrian port, with the occupied territory of Cyprus. And we were raising concerns, but they were saying, we understand you, but you should also understand us. And we were trying to say, but you need to maintain good relations with one party. That does not mean that you should be harming your relations with the other party. And you understand the entire plexus. I also remember that when I left Damascus, I went to Dublin, Ireland. And at the time, Mr. Davutoglu, the then Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Turkey, had come. So I remember that he was an advocate of zero problems in the relationships between Turkey and neighbors. And his example was Syria. They had successfully resolved all issues with Damascus. We all know that didn't last long. After a while, problems started popping up again. The Arab Spring was not helpful. The Assad regime, well, that's a very strange situation with all of these regimes, because it was a tyrant-like regime. Assad was a tyrant. It should be taken for granted. His father was the one who had slaughtered 30,000 Muslims overnight in Hama, and when the entire West said, "Why did you do that?" he replied, "If you do not want me to butcher them, I will send 30,000 Muslim brothers to Europe next time." What I'm trying to say is that these regimes have their bad side. This is evident, this is acknowledged, and there are some aspects that sometimes may be useful to the local population and policy making. Sometimes we need to realize that we should not translate the policy of each country through our own looking glass, but we should interpret it through the eyes of the local residents. Sometimes people may enjoy a better life under such a regime. That's bad, surely, but it could be positive compared to other prospects. That's up to them to say. We serve our countries, we serve our interests, we serve our relationships. So, Syria, there is this newly established regime. It's uncharted territory up to now. I do not know, I cannot know what will happen, what the future holds. Hopefully, things will evolve in the best possible way for all parties involved, whatever that may mean. But I would like to clearly say that we must realize in our policies at all costs that we must help maintain the Christian population, the Greek Orthodox or Rum Orthodox population. Rum is, quote, the Greek, unquote, population, whatever that may mean, because this is in our best interests. And we have this excellent patriarch at the moment, Ioannis, who speaks Greek mostly. And his predecessor was a great figure, but Ioannis is an outstanding patriarch, because this can be translated in numerous ways. Just think of what the things could mean for a Middle Eastern country, considering the population of neighboring countries. And also the population of this country may drop to alarming levels, particularly when we talk about the Christian populations. And I'm not talking about the religious aspect, I'm talking about the cultural aspect, because Christianity entails a cultural identity that is different to that of the other population. This to us is invaluable and makes communications easier. We cannot afford to lose it. We cannot afford not to support it. Even more so, we need to help it thrive, prosper, because that will be yet another channel that will help us restore or augment our relations with the countries in the region. Another parameter I would like to highlight is that the financial situation of Syria. It's bad, it could be worse than previously, but major Greek companies had already become active in the country, and I wish that Greek companies still have interests in the area, because it must be understood that although Syria may seem like a failed state, a small country, or whatever, the lost profit for Greece, its policy, its politics, its economy is huge. So that's all for now. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to note what you said about autocratic regimes. Although none of us like them, truth be told, their function sometimes is better than all other alternatives on the table. Let me remind you of Libya. When they lost their own tyrant, they more or less dissolved. And we feel that Syria is on the borderline of dissolution. But now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Christos Iakovou, who is an advisor on international affairs to the Archbishop of Cyprus. Therefore, his perspective might differ compared to ours, since Cyprus is closer to Syria. Therefore, it may be more impacted by developments and turmoils. Thank you, Mr. Iakovou.
Eminences, dear guests, Christ is risen. On behalf of His Beatitude, the Archbishop of Cyprus, I should like to thank the organizers for the kind invitation, and to express my congratulations for this initiative, because this is a conference that is really good and useful to us all. I shall start with two major points, the first one of which pertains to developments in Syria. And I shall explain why I am beginning with this. Chrysostom II, who passed in 2022, used to say that in a conversation he had with Ignatio, that the latter had told him half jokingly that when the crisis was starting in Syria in 2011, Ignatius told him that they must be ready in Cyprus to receive the Patriarchate of Antioch. And Archbishop Chrysostom answered that they were very welcome, but given the difficulties in Cyprus, especially demographic pressures from Turkey and arrivals from the Middle East, he was afraid that there wouldn't be any Greek brethren to help them, to receive them in the future. Why am I saying this? Because the subject can be approached in different ways. Let's say from Athens, speaking about solidarity to Christian brothers and so on, and a different approach from Cyprus, which takes on a dimension of existential anxiety for the future. Cyprus representing Hellenism in that part of the world. We feel as a minority. There was the EOKA struggle in the 50s for union between Greece and Cyprus, we were the 82% of the population, 18% was the Turkish minority. But after the events of 1974 and the division of the island and the colonization of Turkey, of Cyprus by Turkey, well, there are many settlers in the north part of Cyprus, and that has turned us into a minority, that is the Greek Christians. And I am saying this in true agony, because this is how we approach the geopolitical approach of the geopolitical dimension of this subject. And in relation to what I heard before, let me say that when the crisis began, that has led us to the point where we are today, and in 2011, there was an erroneous term used, the Arab Spring. It was used, coined for the first time in 2011 by the Ministry of Foreign Policy, and it referred historically to 1848 for liberalization of the systems. And the same analysts saw parallels with developments in the Middle East, in Eastern Europe in 1989 that led to the fall of communism. There was a tendency towards liberalization and democratization of the regimes, but this was not at all what was going on in the Middle East. It was a totally wrong approach of the history, and the analysis was totally off the mark. What started as the Arab Spring in 2011 developed into an Islamic winter for the Christians of the Middle East. And this is the spirit in which we need to envisage this. When the established order was collapsing and leaving room for the neologism of Middle East as we know it today, you will see it is totally different. There is no ancient Byzantine or medieval Middle East. It is a totally wrong term used by the British, and it contains three geographical elements. Somebody in London. From London, the East was the jewel on the crown, and they called Middle East and Near East the part that was closest to Europe. And the Near East was absorbed by the Middle East after the predominance of the Americans after the Second World War, and Far East was the area beyond India. So this space that is taking form after the collapse of the Muslim empire, after the agreement, San Remo agreements, the Christians were 20% of the population of the Middle East, according to British data that were quite accurate. Today, the Christians are less than 4%, and their population is continuing to shrink. And with respect to the ancient patriarchates, we have a population that is dwindling down after the Greeks were chased away. We have the major problem of the Chalki school of theology, theology. And this paints rather a bleak image for the Patriarchate of Antioch, and they would have been even worse even after Mubarak's reversal. The regime remained. In 2013, when Sisi took over in Egypt, that brought about a tolerable situation for the Christians, Copts especially. But for the Patriarchate of Jerusalem, however, things were not very pleasant. I could have spoken to you for hours because I lived and studied in Israel, and I experienced firsthand the situation in the Patriarchate of Jerusalem. One of the previous speakers mentioned the diplomatic mistakes committed back then, because I was there. But I will go back to the Patriarchate of Antioch. Greek and Arab speaking patriarchs were mentioned. The last Greek patriarch in 1899 was Spiridon from Cyprus, from the very same village as that of my mother's. He was expelled violently, cruelly, and the result of this was dual. That is, the rise of the Arab nationalistic movement among the Orthodox Christians, fostered by the Russian propaganda that aimed at the Arabization of Jerusalem and Antioch patriarchates in the framework of a geostrategic initiative aiming at giving them access to the Mediterranean. And back then there were prospects for oil finding. That was always the aim also of Brittany, which actually made over to the United States this geographical or geopolitical situation. And I have written a lot about the last tragic moments of Spiridon in the Patriarchate. He was blocked in the church. He could not escape. He made it last moment thanks to help from the French, last minute help. That means that the only Patriarchate among the old ones, the ancient ones, that has a Greek patriarch. And let me say that I am not one of those that want to nationalize churches, because an Arab patriarch can be a lot better than a Greek patriarch who is indifferent or even corrupted. And I have been there, seen that. We cannot, therefore, restrict the boundaries of churches. It wouldn't be in tandem with our faith. But the Patriarchate of Antioch became part and parcel of political developments in Syria, became an institution that played a role in political developments in Syria. And something that was mentioned by Her Excellency, the Ambassador, the national movement they take source in Syria and Lebanon that were not the separate. One could go from Beirut to Damascus without any borders, belonging to the same world, same values, same culture, same language. And that was the very basis of the Arabic nationalism or pan-Arabism. But those who conceived of the idea of liberation of the Arabs were the Christians. Boutros al-Bustani, a Maronite, was the father, and he issued a magazine where he spoke about the Great Syria idea, but that was much later. Those who conceived of the Arab ideal were Christian Orthodox, together with some Muslims, as was the founder of Bath, Michel Aflaq, who was a Greek Orthodox Christian. Even the opposite movement of Syria, Kupra, that was against the Arab nationalism, expressed by the Syrian National Party, was founded by Adonis Sadi, who was a Christian Orthodox from the Lebanon, executed after a failed coup in Beirut in 1949. And this very marginal party was present in the Lebanon, but participated in a coalition government in Syria more recently, and projected the idea of a great Syria emanating from the Assyrians, the Hittians, and he included Cyprus in this idea of the greater Syria. With Baath in power, religion did not play the most decisive role. What actually defined identity was language and culture. And in the 60s, there was a national movement in the Arab countries and in Syria with the modernization of the Muslims that started identifying national identity and citizenship with Islam. And the opposite to that was the Assad regime, supported by the Druze, Christian groups, but also Muslim groups. And today's leader, Syrian leader, Shara, is a member of the same family as Farouk al-Shara, who used to be Minister of Foreign Affairs for more than 20 years, and later on Vice President of Assad, and he's still alive. So you see how this gradual Islamization came about of the national identity. I want to use what the previous speaker said as a basis in order to say that the state of affairs in the Middle East for Christianity is a painful one. And I'm not among those who claim that Christianity will disappear, but I'm sure it is going to be transformed. It will become a politically weak and socially excluded group. The exit of Christians follows the course of the Chaldeans from Iraq. The number of the Chaldeans after the fall of Saddam Hussein the numbers dwindled. A great number of churches, Christian churches, burned down or were pillaged. It is difficult today for someone to say that they're Christians because the Christians are identified by the actual regime with the previous regime. So for those who are there today, to be a Christian or identifying with the Assad regime is seen as something to be stamped down on. As you have said, Father, Europe, which is a European space that is trying to downplay the role of religion as a factor for the development and evolution in history. And as in the antipodes of religion, they talk about multiculturalism, and all these Muslims coming from different classes, social classes. When they come to the European societies, they promote this the concept of multiculturalism. But if Christians disappear, how can we speak about multiculturalism? How can we speak of respect of human rights in societies where certain minorities disappear and who do not enjoy the protection of their human rights that Europe seems to be so proud of nowadays? That is why I said in the beginning that things are approached in different ways depending on where people are, Brussels, Athens, or Cyprus. Thank you.
To keep some of the points mentioned, let me say that there are two main reasons for the reduction of the number of Christian population in the area. One is actually the breakdown in that area. People leave because they are afraid for their life. We saw that in Iran, we see that in Syria and elsewhere. The second reason is a broader issue in the West, which is the demographic aspect. Muslims reproduce more and faster than Christians for several reasons, which are not the topic of today's discussion. But these are two major topics, major issues that cannot be easily resolved, and definitely they cannot be resolved by the efforts of Greece. Now, to go to the Pantheon University professor, Mr. Ifandis, I guess most of you know him because he's a public figure. So let me say first that today in Syria there is a small civil war. Syria is hit by Turkey, by Israel. It includes a small number of Americans, around 2,500 people. It has Russian military bases, and as it was mentioned before, it is a state of interest for Russia because it wants to have access to warm waters. So what is the future that such a state can have? A state that actually has no army today because the defense infrastructure has been destroyed. And this state even lacks a civil infrastructure. It started with an authoritarian regime, and what is the situation now? And along with the course of the country, what is the course of the broader region now? This is the question that we wanted to understand, if you can help us, Mr. Ifandis. Dear Mr. Katsonis, dear friend, first of all, I want to thank the Institute for Foreign Affairs. I remember how this all started, how this conference started. And I remember the efforts and the anxiety, and this year we're having the 5th conference, which is very important, because usually such conferences are short-living, but we need to congratulate the leadership of the conference for this success. I apologize because in my short lecture I may repeat things that have been said already. So the key question is what can we contribute to this discussion? You described what is happening in Syria now, and the only thing we can do is make comments and put a legend under this picture, this snapshot. I don't feel I am able to do that. I don't feel I can describe what is expected in the future, in the mid-term future, because the long-term future is completely unknown to me. So this picture, this snapshot, is a snapshot of pessimism. Unfortunately, in my opinion, we cannot be optimistic. There is no justification for any optimism in the area about the future of Syria or the stability of the region. Let me remind you, although I'm sure most of you are familiar with the main historical features of the Middle East. And speaking of the basic, the key characteristics, I'm mostly talking about the 21st century when the borders are being shaped. The only optimistic aspect is actually that the borders are there and they hold despite the wars. So there have been some forces at times that challenged the geography of the region as it was shaped after colonialism and after 2016, and how the borders were shaped based on the British and French preferences and based on their interests back then. Anyway, otherwise, with the exception of the ISIS that was supposed to try to change the borders of the region, so this is the only fact that justifies some optimism, at least as long as the borders are not disputed in the region. One could expect a less pessimistic future. The ethnological constitution, of course, or composition of the region has been changing for whole centuries. And let me say from the start, although I'm not an expert, but from what I can understand, the Christian populations in the region, with the exception of Israel and Egypt secondarily, have no future as things stand today. And I don't think it is possible to have an essential intervention, not from Greece, but from nobody, because the radical Islam does not allow that. Let me remind you of the fate reserved by those regimes, the regimes which, for obvious reasons, we are looking forward to, because they were stability regimes. But you know what happened with the Jewish communities? They disappeared from the Middle East and Northern Africa. The only state that indeed and actually serves and protects its minorities is Israel, and secondarily, I repeat, Egypt. We don't need to remember the fate granted by the Assad regime to the Greek community of Egypt, or in general, what people suffer from the jihadi terrorism, Muslim Brothers, armed militias that have been active in Egypt until recently, and what the Christians of Egypt suffered because of them. So as things stand today, I see no future. Now, multiculturalism, I agree with Mr. Iakovou. Multiculturalism could be a solution, because in Europe, multiculturalism has been a solution. But to compare, because we always need to compare, in Europe, religious wars go centuries back, many centuries back. It was only after the Second World War when we realized that somehow we have to coexist even with people whom we do not like. So we have to coexist with the other Catholics, Ireland, Protestants in Ireland, or I don't need to give you other examples. I'm sure the audience here is familiar with the historical course of Europe. And of course, the rights issue cannot be weighted against neutrality. This is what Greece always tells Turkey, that we cannot discuss the rights of the Patriarchate on the mutuality basis, for example, or the rights of the very few Greeks that have been left. So we cannot discuss that on the basis of reciprocity. So Syria is a critical part of a critical piece of the puzzle. So a stable Syria that will not be the resort for armed people or jihadists, Syria that would have no regimes that massacre people under any pretext, so saying we will send them to Europe if we do not kill them. So Syria that would not be the long hand of Iran can be a stability factor. It has not been in the past, and it could not be part of the security architecture that maintain not peace, because peace does not exist there. War is the rule, and peaceful coexistence is the exception to the rule in the narrow Middle East, not the broader Middle East, as this term was put together by the U.S. after their intervention to Iraq and Afghanistan. So it could not be so, because it has always been an instrument for interests and forces that wanted to revise the status quo in the broader region, as it was shaped, I repeat, after the Second World War. So Syria has been a revisionist power. In Lebanon, we should not forget the Assad regime, the father and the son. We should not forget the destruction caused to Lebanon by the two of them. And according to Israeli evidence, it was the only reason for the exit of Christians from Lebanon. It is a revisionist power because it has been trying to undermine Israel's security. And as I said before, it has been the long arm of par excellence revisionist and rebel power that was Iran after 1979. So the current state is the following. The main sponsor is Turkey. U.S. doesn't care. There is indifference on the part of the U.S. President Trump said a while ago that Syria is a mess, he said, and we want nothing to do with it. Europe is also unable, is always unable, which is explained, of course. There are reasons for that, but I won't go into that discussion. There are questions about the big Arab states that contributed to the Syrian civil war. I mean, Saudi Arabia supporting jihadists, and Iraq, which was a gate for the armed militias to go in and out during the civil war after the year 2011. There is a big question mark about Egypt. If you ask what is the position of Egypt today as we speak vis-à-vis Syria, it's not clear. It has not been formulated. You cannot find it anywhere. And not to talk about neighboring countries, which de facto are unable to intervene. And then we have the strategic concern of Israel. Now, on the ground in Syria, you have two main factors. Turkey, this is not just now, it started in 2019. They have been controlling the northwest part with Idlib. There is a buffer zone that has been established in northern Syria, seeking more freedom of movement in order to eliminate any Kurdish ambitions in the course. And if possible, they want to force around 3 million Syrian refugees hosted on their territory to go back, or most of them to go back to Syria, because this is a very severe political problem for Mr. Erdogan. And the second factor is Israel, which sees in Syria a country that is the corridor for weapons, arms to travel from Iran to Hezbollah. And now, furthermore, we have a concern over the proximity to Turkey, which a few days ago had the president say, I wish Allah helps to disappear, to eliminate the Zionist state. On the 2nd of April, or since the 2nd of April, Israel started a regular systemic effort to eliminate, annihilate all those military facilities that a country such as Turkey, a hostile country, or any other country could use to undermine or threaten the security of Israel, including the airbase of Tias. I'm not sure how to pronounce it correctly, Tiwas, anyway. The Israeli Air Force destroyed that because they don't want to allow Turkey install anti-aircraft systems. For Israel, the experience of its existence with the big wars is that the control of the air in the region is unnegotiable. And what allowed Israel to survive two wars with all Arabs against it was the destruction of the Air Force capacity of other countries. In 1973, let me remind you, the most important part of the U.S. assistance has been the F-4 mission, F-4 aircrafts. Within a few weeks, every couple of days, two couples of such aircrafts arrived to Israel, and that's what allowed Israel to push Arabs back, especially the Egyptians. And now there are two schools of thought in Israel. One is the moderate one, played by ear, wait and see how the regime will evolve, and not treat that as hostile necessarily. And the second school of thought, most of the government, is that a moderate Syria is an unlikely scenario, so Israel has to act proactively and be prepared for a conflict. And this is linked to the lesson learned by Israel on the 7th of October, which confirmed in everyone's mind that buffer zones are critical for the security of Israel. So what could be expected in the next weeks or next days is that Israel will continue trying to shape the security environment in the neighboring countries rather than reacting to the events of the 7th of October. As things stand today, Israel cannot tolerate a jihadi regime on its borders, which also has an excellent relation, almost a guardianship relation with Turkey. So I repeat, as things stand today, and with the weakness or unwillingness of the players in the region to lay the foundations of a security architecture, including Syria. So as things stand today, I cannot be optimistic. Thank you.
Θα ήθελα πολύ να συνεχίζαμε τη συζήτηση.
I would like to continue this discussion because there are several questions that have emerged. For example, one such question is, what is the likelihood of Syria maintaining its cohesion? Or what could Greece do to facilitate this? Or how likely would it be for Greece to become actively engaged in the reconstruction of Syria when, if and when that happens? But given that we're lagging behind in time, I would like to warmly thank you and invite you to enjoy this coffee break that is in fact a lunch break. So please be back at 3 o'clock for the next panel. And also at 4 p.m., the Secretary General representing the Prime Minister will join us. And then we will have one last panel and conclusions. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα σας. Νομίζω ότι ήρθε η ώρα για το
Hello, I think it's now time for us to proceed to the second part of today's event. I had announced that at 4 p.m. the representative of the Prime Minister would be joining us, the Secretary General for Greeks Abroad and Public Diplomacy, Ms. Mirogianni. However, she showed up earlier, so without further ado, I would like to welcome her to the floor. Ms. Mirogianni, the floor is yours. Usually we show up late, so today marks a first. So please appreciate this. Dear head of the Steering Committee of the Foreign Affairs Institute, dear representatives of the patriarchates, dear speakers, dear ladies and gentlemen, Christ is risen. It is with great pleasure that I attend the fifth conference on religious diplomacy titled Christians in Syria, Developments and Prospects as a representative of the Greek Prime Minister in order to convey his message and regards. Ladies and gentlemen, our Secretariat firmly expresses our country's interest in safeguarding the Christian communities in Syria. And that was one of the first items in the Greek agenda put to the attention of the UN Security Council. And this is what we intend to do in all international fora. Additionally, our country places particular emphasis on the Greek Orthodox identity of the Patriarchate of Antioch, which through its faith and spirituality has been a timeless bridge between our country and the Middle East. Greece thinks it is its own debt to enhance the historical role that is very significant. The Greek Orthodox tradition is an invaluable foundation for dialogue, cooperation, and cultural wisdom. The Church of Antioch, being a patriarchate, has been over the centuries one of the main bodies voicing the Christian spirituality and spirit. The Patriarchate of Antioch has always had an inextricable link with Greece and its tradition. Currently, the outreach of this Patriarchate extends above and beyond Syria, Lebanon, and other Middle Eastern countries. One of the priorities of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been to enhance in multiple ways the clergy that are to join the Patriarchate of Antioch, and this is also made feasible through the cooperation with the schools of theology across Greece. This is important since it is a pillar of cultural diplomacy. After all, as part of the plan of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Greeks abroad, among others, it is acknowledged that the Orthodoxy has been actively present in areas that are of major significance, of paramount importance. This is a community that promotes interfaith dialogue, the mitigation of differences, aiming to achieve peaceful, harmonious coexistence. Greece is not only present in the interfaith dialogue due to its geographical position, but also due to its role that has taken the active stance of facilitating this dialogue. These are items that are as essential as the subject matter of today's conference, and I trust that the conclusions of the fifth Conference on Religious Diplomacy will greatly contribute to the achievement of these goals. I wish you all the best. Thank you. Hello, so we get into the second part of today's conference. I would also like to thank you on behalf of the Foreign Affairs Institute for your presence. I would like to thank all previous panelists, speakers. I would like to extend particular thanks to the representatives of the patriarchates and particularly the representative of His All Holiness, the Ecumenical Patriarch. So with us remotely is Mr. Ioannis Amanatidis, the former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. Also with us, Mr. Ioannis Alexios Zepos, an ambassador ad honorem and former Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Unfortunately, Mr. Georgios Kalatzis, due to previous engagement, is unable to join us. He is the Secretary General of the Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs. So, today, this session's topic is Christians in Syria today. And I insist on the title of the conference, Religious Diplomacy, because in my humble opinion, this is totally different to the diplomacy of churches. It is a broader concept under which the church diplomacy falls. And in a sense, religious diplomacy is in direct contact with the broader public diplomacy. This is easily explained since the civic society also has the right to voice itself so that leaderships get the messages loud and clear. And today we are here to represent the civic society as well. I will try to refrain from any political assessments and only talk about the essence of religious diplomacy. So without further ado, I would like to ask the former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Amanatidis, to take the floor for a brief intervention. Then I will ask Mr. Zepos to also make a brief intervention so as to give us his perspective, and then we will give the floor to you. As a diplomat, I know how to moderate the discussion. So, thank you very much. Mr. Amanatidis, the floor is yours. First of all, I would like to apologize because I am not with you in person. Unfortunately, I had some previous engagements in Thessaloniki, so I had to stay here. It would be very interesting to have Mr. Kalatzis with us, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Education, given that he had seen Mr. Ioannis, the Patriarch of Antioch, last week. However, I do understand that his schedule is hectic. Also, I would like to thank the Foreign Affairs Institute, the head of the steering committee thereof, and you, dear moderator, for inviting me to attend this conference, address this conference. It is with great pleasure that I accepted this invitation. And having experienced, as the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, the situations What comes to mind is another conference. I think that you were also there, Mr. Theodorou. And I remember that we enjoyed good cooperation in the past. Given that today's topic is Christians in Syria, developments and prospects, I would like to share some data with you because sometimes we fall into this trap. Sometimes we fail to understand the broader picture. And what is the broader picture in terms of global politics, the ever-changing global politics? Instability and uncertainty. And there are four main events that should be taken into account. First, the emergence of new actors such as the Global South, BRICS, that challenge the dominance of the West. Secondly, the deglobalization phenomenon combined with mega crises and raging regional conflicts are a second characteristic. The third is radical events that change the landscape in Middle East, for example, such as the overthrowing of the Assad regime. This gives rise to new balances. And the fourth element, there are many other elements, but these are the events that I would like to note for this conference, is the autonomy centered around a joint foreign policy and defense policy. So the question that arises is, what do we need amid this global context? We need to make sure that there is collective safety and security. The UN, which is the par excellence conflict resolution agency, is degraded. So we see that we need to enhance and further support the UN and other UN agencies such as UNESCO, the UNHCR, the WHO, the environmental agencies of the UN, so as to make sure that there is equitable cooperation for safety, peacekeeping purposes. And considering the overall situation for the Christians in Syria and for all communities in Syria as we speak, I would like to let you know that we, as a political space, will pursue a political initiative centered around 7 axes. It will be titled the Peace Plan, the 7 points peace plan. And one of these points has to do with the reconstruction of Syria under a democratic regime, under a new constitution that will safeguard the rights of all communities, ethnic and religious ones. So Syria. I think that when the Assad regime was overthrown and the transitionary Islam government came to power, a lot of concerns were raised. And there is a competition, there is tension. There have been statements concerning a broader scale conflict, and these all contribute to the intensification of disputes. So we need to make sure that the rights of ethnic and religious communities are well respected. So given that there is instability in the region, we need to make sure that there is a smooth policy that centers around democracy in line with the UN resolution, free of external interventions. So what are the developments there? What is the intel we have? First of all, based on the meetings held between the Patriarch of Antioch, Ioannis, and other stakeholders since January 2025, and considering the letters sent to the interim president of Syria, we understand that the situation for the populations there is concerning, is alarming. I can say that a large part of the population is below the poverty threshold. And we need to respond to this imminently. The second thing I would like to note, again, based on information received by people there, by our embassy, in Latakia, Tarsos, and other towns, the situation is much more difficult and complex. I do not know what today's meeting between Macron and the interim president of Syria will lead to. Hopefully, there will be a change in terms of the approach taken by the EU to the Syrian regime. I'm saying this because another visit, that of the European MP, Nikos Faradouris, who was a member of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Policy of the European Parliament, took place in Damascus and other Syrian towns. Mr. Faradouris met with the Patriarch and other local stakeholders, and his understanding was that there is a very grave humanitarian crisis and increasing precariousness in the area. You can see this if you watch relevant videos from his visit. For example, we talk about 7,000 Christians who were butchered, the Alawites included. Excuse me, says the speaker, I'm getting some messages. You can hear the beeping sound. Also, the representatives of communities say that the constitutional reform fails to listen to the representatives. And it seems that al-Shara himself, and this is also evidenced by his policy, is very active in the constitutional reform. On the other hand, in my opinion, he's trying to turn Syria into his own protectorate, if you like. So we must seriously think about the future for the country. And in my opinion, Greece should think strategically. It should intervene in the Middle region and be in the lead. For example, Greece cannot afford not to host an international conference about the region. We need to pursue this initiative. We are a member of the EU. We are a member of the UN Security Council. So we should have a multilateral conference bringing together the political leaderships of different EU, Mediterranean, Middle Eastern countries. At European level, the interventions made by members of the European Parliament, and again, I will highlight the presence of Mr. Farantouris and his interventions before the European Parliament, because in my view, this is what forced the European Commission and the European Parliament to do what at first seemed reluctant to do. At first, they were blaming equally the perpetrators and the victims. But following these interventions, it seems that they will take a different approach, and the Greek government should push to this so as to lift the sanctions imposed on the Assad regime on condition that human rights are respected for all communities. We need to make sure that these are respected, and this must be understood, very well understood by the new regime. This is something that the European Union must demand from Damascus. It must demand that the communities, the religious communities, are all protected, and the EU should also coordinate humanitarian aid in the threatened areas, the coastal areas, in partnership with Cyprus and other countries. And we must definitely have an EU delegation or a European Commission mission on site. I think that we need to make sure that all ethnic and religious communities are represented in the government and in the reform of the Syrian constitution. At this point, I would like to note that we are talking about Christians who, up until a few years ago, before the civil war, amounted to approximately 10% of the total population. I'm talking about Christians, Greek Orthodox Christians. So it's approximately 10% of the total population, 2 million people. And now, no one can estimate this number. It could be 800,000, it could be up to 1 million, but this cannot be confirmed formally. This is the result of discussions. These are the figures that result from discussions. Also, I would like to say that the representative of His All Holiness, the Ecumenical Patriarch, His Very Reverence Archimandrite Mr. Isidoros Katsos, said things which I fully agree with. And he mentioned human rights, peace, and solidarity. I think that these are the three core elements that are the solution to what we are talking about right now. Our country should not be restricted to the reopening of Greek schools in the Balamant University and the School of Theology there. I think that we must bring back to life former initiatives. For example, we used to host international conferences on interfaith dialogue. Dear Ambassador, you know very well that we had then established an observatory of Middle East developments, and this later perished. And in fact, we had set up a special secretariat within the Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think that the government should explore this option once again. Also, we had two international conferences held on the island of Rhodes for the broader security in the region. I think that the Greek government should pursue these initiatives because symbolic meetings are not enough. We need to take action before it's too late. How much longer do I have left? Dear Ambassador, should I stop here? Why not? Okay, then I'll pause here. But I would like to repeat once again that I extend my thanks to the Foreign Affairs Institute for allowing me to share my thoughts with you today. I am eager to listen to your questions. I'm eager to the dialogue with you. And I would also like to thank Mr. Zepos, my fellow panelist, and also I would like to welcome Mr. Stylianidis, the minister, and other well-known officials and figures who are there. Thank you. Dear Minister, we would also like to thank you And we feel that your participation and your intervention are very creative as part of the entire effort made by our institute. We, as civic society, in addition to what governments do, host this international conference where many different views may be voiced, where many ideas may be submitted. Also, thankfully, today we have all different parties involved in this issue or concerned with this issue here with us. And also, we had the opportunity to welcome, among others, the representative of His Beatitude, the Patriarch of Antioch, as well as the representative, the Chargé d'Affaires of the Syrian embassy in Athens. So, my dear Yannis, dear Ambassador, I think that the former speaker laid very good foundations for further dialogue. When we invited you here, this is what we had in mind, to be here, discuss matters, and identify the messages from the civil society. What will happen to these messages when they are passed on to the government? That's something we will not be concerned with today. But today is an opportunity for us to discuss matters of value. And when we have diplomatic officers with us who are engaged in diplomatic affairs, religious diplomacy included, it is always nice to have an ambassador who is well experienced, such as yourself. And you have served as the ambassador of Greece to Egypt. You've also served as a Secretary General within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So you had paved the way for convergence and improvement of Greco-Israeli relations. And that was a very important part of your diplomatic activities. So please, your perspective is what we would like to listen to now. Thank you. And thank you for being here, because you are one of the persons whose company is one of our sponsors today.
Good afternoon, Theodore. Thank you very much for your kind words. I want to thank and congratulate the Institute for the organization of today's conference. Religious diplomacy is very important, and I had the chance to come in contact with the Christianity of the Middle East when I became ambassador to Greece in Cairo. The status quo of the time was then more positive for vis-à-vis the Christians, and Christian presence in the Middle East and North Africa was easier, referring to Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Egypt, North Africa. Things are not today what they used to be, for many different reasons, many different factors that contributed to the change. More rigid regimes, different leaderships, many states of the region that we considered as countries that were not particularly religious have changed. They have become much more religious. Some of them were secular and are not anymore, and Syria was one of them. And this actually takes us to the title of the panel, Christians in Syria Today, and I shall come back to that. As Mr. Amanatidis said a while ago, numbers, figures are quite ominous because they have changed a lot over the last few years. In Syria, there is a new regime which is still trying to find its stepping stones. We believe that it would be difficult for the West to help this new regime because, of course, with the right ideas and speaking the right language, the West could help Syria find a balance of powers. Syria is now going through teething problems, but it is a period that is transitional and must come to an end. With external assistance, Syria can find its way and have a balance between or among religious minorities. As the ambassador said before, Greece, who takes an interest to this region, and also through the United Nations, we are a member of the Security Council, and thanks to these players, we could find a peaceful process that will restore the level of life of the Christians that have been living in this region for centuries. So the ways must be found in order for the Christians that have been living in this area for centuries to participate fully in the social and financial lives of their respective countries. As I said, I was in Cairo as ambassador the day that Obama addressed the University of Cairo on the occasion of the Arab Spring. I was there, and we all had the idea, the impression that something important was starting, something that would change the societies from something very autocratic and rigid to a more positive orbit, allowing, permitting for many problems to be solved like in the West. This, however, did not happen. The Arab Spring fell in the wrong hands, and more radical positions were fostered. So there was a regression of the country and leading to regimes that were even harsher than the ones pre-existing them. This is why I said the status quo during the 80s was much more friendly to Christianity than it is today. And of course, our country has a special interest in the Middle East, especially with regard to the patriarchates, which is an unique heritage. I'm not going to say anything about the language, but the patriarchates are Greek Orthodox patriarchates, and we need to reinforce them as much as we can. We have this possibility as a country in the framework of the EU, in the framework of the Security Council of the United Nations, to help the situation in the Middle East. There are other countries that could help despite the differences on the ecclesiastical level in order to allow the Christians that are there to live in safety and security in the years to come. I shall stop here. Thank you very much. I want to say the following. Certain or several extreme tendencies that were deemed to be terrorist became, after some time, legitimate governments. We experienced this in Europe, in the Balkans, and elsewhere, and I'm not going to go into it because it is not part of our discussion. But let me say that religious diplomacy has a very specific advantage. The Archimandrite Isidoros Katsos said this during in his intervention, because he spoke of conciliation. Of course, the basic message of churches is peace, and that is what they want. They want to alleviate tensions and bring about harmony and peace. So the religious diplomacy has as its starting points conciliation and peace. And church primates, while exercising this type of diplomacy, serve this doctrinal principle. On the level of political governments, things are rather different, although we know that the diplomacy, the religious diplomacy, can go hand in hand with the other diplomacy, but the religious diplomacy has the advantage that it serves a global message of conciliation and peace. And the flock and the international community, because the Christian flock is not the only one. There's a flock of other religions that are in communication with us. So if there are extreme actions that take place in the same framework, does not mean that they are part of the religion. And from my experience in Syria, I was second in order in our embassy, together with our ambassadress that spoke to us earlier on. Together, we came to know the great spectrum of cultural spectrum of Syria. Syria was a theater of sects and religious discussions and debates in eras that are much, much further away, but very interesting. So, turning to you, Minister, given your experience from your position and your communication with the Christians in the wider area of the Middle East, in the MENA region, and especially with the Christians of Syria, the Patriarchate of Antioch and the Balamand University, do you see a common place that the religious diplomacy could serve, or am I too much of a fantasist in what I believe and shared with you before? Well, Excellency, if I didn't believe in all of this, I would not have done the work I did when I was in the ministry. I believe that these dialogues, interreligious dialogues, can give solutions because they help people understand each other. Thanks to these dialogues, there is an osmosis that is created, blocking the way to altercations. If the basic message is that of conciliation, this takes away tension, and the bonds created cannot be easily broken, even if governments change. And so when there is a dialogue, this is something that is much stronger than state bonds between states. That is one thing I wanted to tell you. There is another thing. In the past, I knew the situation in Lebanon, in the Lebanon. That is where the metropolitans, bishops of Beirut come, and they have our own synodal system. And especially in the north of Lebanon, there are Orthodox that had arrived in the past from eastern Turkey areas. And third, there is the value of unity. I remember 2016, the Holy and Great Council of Crete, also mentioned here this morning by the representative of His Most Divine or Holiness. His interventions on the level of Turkey or on any other level, to his efforts to support Antioch and John show precisely the importance the importance attributed to the support of this patriarchate. However, in Syria itself, I was not very knowledgeable about Syria. However, there are pogroms, there are persecutions. This is a real problem, Ambassador, and our country will have to do something very dynamically, because if this doesn't happen, there will be more population displacements. Not only Syria, in Gaza as well, and in the wider region. So it's not just an alarm that sounds, but very strong alarm bells. And this is why we said that in Syria, a big percentage of the people is under the poverty line. They don't have enough to eat. And the patriarch is for sure a factor of stability in the area, because the patriarch does not only assist the Christians, but all the other populations as well. I don't know if I have answered satisfactorily to you. Yes, and now I shall turn to the ambassador on my right, and I will say that for the economy of this discussion, I shall bring in a note of a political note. A lot has happened, facts, events that are important for religious diplomacy, to my mind. Prime Minister meeting His Beatitude Patriarch of Antioch in Lebanon, our Prime Minister. Meeting with the local metropolitan of Beirut. Meetings between His All Holiness and Patriarch of Antioch in order for our country to support the suffering flock and to promote the needs for the protection of Christians in Syria, as well as visits on behalf of the Antioch flock, be it in the diaspora or in Syria itself. All of these are facts that are actually have a political hue, but to my mind, they are more in the realm of religious diplomacy. So given your experience, diplomatic experience, I would like your own analysis of the facts, and I want you to share your thoughts as to what is happening to Syrian Christians and to what can a conference such as this one do. And at the moment where we are trying to have a pope and we are running, we are vying as to who is going to be first, the Vatican or us. And there is another expression of diplomacy with an exhibition of arms systems in Athens, and then our conference happening at the same time. How do you analyze all of this? First of all, it is a happy coincidence that everything is happening in parallel. But however, and as you said, you're going to give a political hue to this discussion. In order for Christians of Syria to be assisted, we need to find ways of how to positively influence the new Damascus regime, a very new regime, very different after many, many years. So the political tone must be achieved thanks to the right mechanisms. I don't want to use the term pressures, but we need to bring about a situation that will accept and justify the presence of the Christian element in Syria and restoring it to its previous status. So the communication of the Church of Antioch is very important, but we also need a political intervention, an intervention at political level, so as to have this new regime that is coming out of a difficult situations has and it can, so that it can create the conditions for its continuation. As Mr. Amanatidis said, the numbers are bad. Everything has changed in the last 5 years, and that must stop. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I will hear all the other speakers on YouTube. I'm being here in Thessaloniki, so I will continue to do so until the end of your conference. Thank you very much for your participation in this very creative debate. I shall just speak about the new regime in Syria, which prior to Christmas invited all Christians to celebrate according to their traditions Christmas, the birth of Christ. And if certain groups go into extremes, that doesn't mean that these attitudes are endorsed by the governments. And the international community cannot forget our past, respective past, and reality of the government. Thank you, and the next panel is going to come up here.
Are we ready? Okay, then let's go on with our last panel for today. The topic is the Hellenism and the Patriarchate of Antioch. I have the pleasure to have excellent speakers here, excellent panelists, and it is my personal pleasure to see that this conference has become a tradition, and we have now the 5th conference of religious diplomacy, which is very important. Let me congratulate the organizers. And speaking of Hellenism and the Patriarchate of Antioch, I think that the title given to the Patriarch of Antioch, which is shown on the agenda, and we have Father Meletios Safahi here, who represents the Patriarch of Antioch, Syria, Arab, Cilicia, Iberia, and Mesopotamia, and all East. This is a very interesting title. And, particularly for our students, the consequences are very important. And I always remember that I attended a conference in Armenia once, and I told them for the first time, you are a church established, founded by the Patriarchate of Antioch, and they were shocked. However, this is reality. This is the historical truth. There's nothing more we can do. That's how things are, because the Holy Mir was granted by the Patriarch of Antioch for many years, which is an indication of jurisdiction. And then Hellenism. We are talking about an area where the concept Hellenism is extremely important. And there are people there in the region of Syria who speak no Greek at all. However, they have Greek passports and a Greek identity from their ancestors, which is very important. It is not just the historical background. We have a church, Melchites is the name given by the locals, meaning people who were always loyal to the Byzantine Empire. They are our brothers, our sisters, our blood. It is a great pleasure having here with us to talk about this subject. His most reverence, very reverend, Father Meletios Safachti. Father, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for this introduction. First of all, I want to thank you for this invitation, and I want to convey to you that the blessings of his beatitude, John X, the Patriarch of Antioch, he really appreciates this initiative. We are talking now about the 5th conference in a row. We are really grateful that there are other people that care about us, about this, as we called by some people, about this minority in the Middle East. And I'm going to talk about this terminology later. But thank you for this invitation. I was just listening to all my colleagues, and everything was really interesting. I came here just trying to focus more on the practical side. Since I'm from Syria, I'm Syrian, so I wanted to show a real image about the situation of the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Antioch inside Syria. Introduce the idea of the situation of this small community. In Syria, before the crisis, I know that the crisis in Syria started 14 years ago. We used to after 14 years of we are around of the imagine this huge decrease of the Christians in Syria. Now, to go more specific about the Christians of Syria, not about the general number of Christians. The Greek Orthodox community before the crisis used to form 80% of the total number of Christians in Syria. So we used to be the biggest church in Syria. Now, after 14 years of wars and after the liberation, now the Greek Orthodox community of Syria is about 70% of the total Christian community, who are still the biggest church. But unfortunately, the expectations about the Christian presence in Syria are not really positive, because the studies say that if the decline of Christians number in Syria will keep going this way, maybe the last Christian will be leaving Syria on 2050. But at the same time, the Christian presence will continue in Lebanon as a part of the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Antioch for several years to come. Now, the context, since I promised you that I'm going to talk about practical issues, more about the new context in Syria, let me just describe this context, because I'm Syrian. So I'm not just telling you what the mass media is saying, I'm telling you what is really going on the ground. Now, the main challenges we are facing in Syria, I was here the last year in the conference, and the challenges we were talking about were really different. Now we have a new context, we have a new leadership, so this means that we have new challenges. The first and the biggest challenge that is facing the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate now in Syria is the lack of security. And we need to think about this point really seriously, because the security situation in Syria now is really, really bad. First of all, we need to talk about the incidents that are taking place in Syria. There are some incidents happening in Syria, and the answer from the local authorities is always, these are individual incidents. These are individual incidents. It could be this way, but since all these incidents against all Syrian people, not only against Christians, since these incidents are happening and in public, and no reaction is being taken against those who are breaching the laws, this makes these incidents more like institutional individual incidents, not just individual. Because, for example, you can see some processions made by some strangers in the streets, calling Christians to Islam. Thankfully, the local authorities come immediately and try to take an immediate reaction against these processions with the ISIS flags also in the streets. But maybe after 2 days, you can see the same group of these people in another area. So practically, no reaction was taken against this group. Plus, we are still talking about security, the presence of the foreigner fighters. This is really a very serious matter that needs to be resolved. Because I don't know if you are aware of this. Now, STS, the new leadership in Syria, has too many fractions. Fractions. The government and the president, Mr. Shara, control just few of them, very few fractions of them, while the other fraction, they don't listen. So they do whatever they want on their own. This is another topic that is affecting the security situation in Syria. And this is number one challenge that the Christians are facing, the lack of security, which leads them to think about immigration. A lot of Christians are thinking of leaving the country. The other challenge is the lack of knowledge and the capacity of the new government. They don't have the capacity, they don't have the knowledge, so we just try to speak, to do the advocacy, and to convince the new leadership that, okay, you don't have the capacity, you don't know, we know, just keep us involved in the decision-making in Syria. So the new government needs to widen the view, its vision. Another challenge is the lack of support from the sister churches. We don't receive any support. And when we talk about support here, it's not only about funding, it's not only about money. His Beatitude keeps speaking that we need, as the Church of Antioch, we need to work on two levels. The first level is related to advocacy, just to speak about the situation as it is on the ground, first of all. Second of all, we need a humanitarian support because, to be honest, we are the biggest church in Syria, but all other churches that are much smaller than ours are receiving a huge humanitarian funding, but we as the Greek Orthodox Church are receiving nothing. The most important challenge, and this is related more to the international community rather than the inside of Syria, the language the international community is using when talking about the Christians of Syria. The international community is speaking about the Christians of Syria being minorities. We refuse this terminology. We are not minorities. We are citizens. We are citizens of Syria. We are Syrians. So whenever a Western delegation comes to Syria, they keep insisting on the idea that we are here to protect minorities, but we don't ask for protection. We don't need protection. We are not minorities. We are Syrians just like others. Keeping mentioning this terminology or this vocabulary about minorities separates us more from the rest of the Syrian people, which is not good. We don't want privileges. We just want our rights as Syrians, and we just want to practice our duties as Syrians. We are not asking for more. So we need to be careful about this language, talking about the Christians being minorities. And unfortunately, now, the government of Syria was convinced that we are minorities because of the language the Western community used to use. So please, we need the support of especially Europe and Greece being, after all, we are Greek Orthodox, that we don't want to be minority in Syria. We just want to be citizens. Despite of all these challenges, the role of the Church of Antioch, the Greek Orthodox Church of Antioch, was really, really very important and significant. The Greek Church of Antioch, and especially the Greek Orthodox Church, more than any another church, is the safety valve in Syria. I guarantee that if Syria loses its Christians, not only the Middle East will be different, but believe me, the whole world will not be the same. The whole world, not only Syria. The role of the church is very important also when we talk about social cohesion and the humanitarian role. Being the Director General of the Ecumenical Department of the Department of Ecumenical Relations and Development, which is the humanitarian arm of the patriarchate, I can make sure that the humanitarian role the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Antioch is playing is not compared to any another organization, humanitarian organization in Syria. And this was admitted even by the previous government, and they mentioned that the role the church is playing in Syria, not even the government was able to do it. Not previously, not in the future, because everybody in Syria trusts the church. That's why we have our presence in all the Syrian governorates, even in the governorates where you can't find any Christian presence there. So the humanitarian role and the social cohesion and peace building. The church is the main player in Syria talking about peace building, because all people come to our centers, to our offices, fighting as enemies, and they leave these offices and centers as friends. Not any other organization can play this role. Just us as Christians, we are able and we will keep working this way, and our role, despite of our number, some people describe us as minorities, but when we talk about the impact that the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate is doing, we are the biggest majority in Syria. Thank you very much. And,
I would like to thank you for the vivid way you talked in. Sometimes people who experience the reality are better suited to talk about what's going on, to talk about the truth than us, because today we're here to speak the truth. And without further ado, I would like to welcome the next speaker, Professor Evripidis Stylianidis, a member of parliament, a former minister. And I should say that whenever I have Mr. Stylianidis in a panel, my primary concern is to welcome him as a professor. So over to you. Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers and congratulate you, Mr. Ambassador, and the Foreign Affairs Institute, and all those who contributed to this event, the sponsors, because sometimes we hear titles and we are unable to dwell into the subject matters behind these titles. We fail to understand, for example, the very violations of fundamental human rights that are actually happening as we speak. The globalization was a prevalent phenomenon in previous decades, and this changed a lot of mindsets and approaches that used to be in existence. Globalization contributed in the overthrowing of autocratic regimes. It contributed to the opening of borders. On the other hand, it forced some regimes to become more disciplined for security reasons. And one of the typical features of globalization was the spontaneous, possibly, effort of cloning cultures, the so-called McDonaldization. That was an effort to make all role models uniform and do away with pluralism, particularities within different societies, nations, different regions of the planet. So amid this context, amid McDonaldization, the cloning of cultures, role models, the only societies that could make it, that could survive to the next day, were those that had clear-cut values and moral codes, the ones who had ideals to guide them. One of the elements, one of the outcomes of globalization was the complete change of foreign affair actors. Our ambassadors are well aware of this. In the past, foreign affairs policy was in the hands of organizations and governments. All of a sudden, this came down to personalities, multinationals, NGOs, and churches were always present. Why am I saying this? Because this brings into light the value of religious and church diplomacy, because the typical diplomacy pursued by states is guided by interests, alliances or adversities. There are no friends or foes. There are partners, allies, and there are opponents, adversaries. This is a specific rationale that is free of emotions. Emotions are for the peoples. And you cannot overlook the peoples because they are the ones who may actually impact the policy pursued by the state wherein they're found. Religious diplomacy is mostly concerned with the people, and it dates back to thousands of years. Whereas, for example, the Greek public diplomacy is only in existence for 200 years. So we understand that the religious diplomacy is much more thoroughly thought of, much more targeted, and much more effective. And this is further evidenced by the fact that Christian communities have survived throughout time in atheistic countries or in dictatorships, dictatoric regimes, and so forth. Why is that? Because the existence of such communities was centered around the safeguarding of values. It is a person-centered approach. So I think that geopolitics and the period in which we are in, focusing on Syria, brings to light all of these different aspects I've touched upon. In Syria, there are geopolitical conflicts, clashes. The foreign powers are also intervening there. Russia used to have this established regime there, but now its role has changed. So de facto, the patriarchate in the previous situation, in order to safeguard its own congregation, should have privileged talks with the patriarchate of Moscow, for example, even though ideologically or psychologically it was closer to the ecumenical patriarchate. Perhaps this will now be uh, uh, changing. And also we had conflicts between different states in the region. Some of them are still raging. And there was the emergence of nationalism, the Turkish one, not only the local nationalism, just to name one. Also, the emergence of internationalism, fundamentalism, extremism. These are phenomena that run in parallel. So one has to balance between all of them in order to save, first of all, the very existence of the state of Syria, no matter who is in power, and also to save the Christian populations that are a subset of the Syrian society of paramount importance, whose power is in fact disproportional to its actual numbers. Because, okay, we know that the Christians suffered casualties. There was the genocide of the Assyrians. Approximately 900,000 Christians lost their lives at the time as a result of the neo-Ottoman policy. There were approximately 700,000 Christians in Syria, according to estimates, who relocated to the United States in between 1899 and 1919. Why am I saying this? Because obviously these populations remain in existence in the States, and they are an invaluable ally to support Syria in this new era, but also to support the Christian community in this era. Also, it is very important to note that in Syria, the leading role and the influence of the Christian, the Greek Orthodox Christian community is more than obvious, and it's not based on conflict, meaning the Christians, particularly the Greek Orthodox ones, have always been a mediator, a peacemaker between the different Muslim doctrines, between Israel and the Arab world, between the Union Catholics and the evangelic Christians who account for approximately 300,000 Christians, and also the mediators with the Neo-Turks, who are approximately 30,000 in total. The role of the Greek Orthodox Christians in the Orient has always been constructive, and this is something that should be understood by the new regime that should take advantage of this in fostering a new environment that will redetermine the role of the Patriarchate of Antioch and the role of the Greek Orthodox Christian community in Syria, in the broader sense, but also in the stricter sense. What is important in that sense? That the current Patriarchate in the past had the opportunity to restore the required bridges with Hellenism. I was fortunate enough and honored enough to grant him the Greek citizenship in 2012 when I was the Minister of the Interior. After 180 years, the Patriarch of Antioch had again an institutional as well as psychological link with Greece, and in that direction with the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople. Does that make a difference? Yes, because the Patriarch has studied at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. He has coordinated his views with his colleagues from the Greek Orthodox Church, the Ecumenical Patriarchate. So we're talking about different ties and a different mentality. And on this mentality, you can act as a mediator that will be building bridges, and you can actually help the country wherein you live, no matter who is in office, because your mindset is more ecumenical. And this may be proven salvating for the populations on site and for the country in general. I think that if Greece, being a small country, and the ecumenical orthodoxy as a global network do have a role to play, a positive one, for the upcoming steps of the Syrian state and Christians in the area, well, then this role would be none other than the conscience agitator, awakening agitator. And this may be a bit difficult because the new regime had support from other parts of society. I think that now, given that they want to foster stability in the area and start being included in dialogues with the West, well, given these two things, the patriarchate can play a role of consciousness awakening. And also, the descendants of people who have migrated to the West from Syria in the past have an opportunity to play a vital role. So you can see we're talking about a different era. Differences may be receding, maybe mitigated, the differences in competitions between different Christian doctrines. Stability and the great influence, thanks to the pivotal role of the Patriarchate, the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople, becomes evident, and our small country, Greece, also has a role to play as long as there is political will within the government and within society to do so. We need to boost our communication efforts with the other side. I truly believe that in that respect, these actions are much useful, are very useful. And we're talking about a society that is not only informed through newspapers. So if we get information conveyed to society, we will succeed, because diplomacy can not only be in the hands of the state. The diplomacy targets people, consciences, excuse me, and this role, this moral awakening within the democratic West for the benefit of both Syria and the Greek Orthodox Christian populations there, in my view, can be played by both the Patriarchate of Antioch and the Ecumenical Patriarchate with the assistance of Greece, if all stakeholders realize this. And like I said, the combined age of these entities is more than thousands of years old. It's older than the state of Syria, the state of Greece, that are newborns. So in that sense, this kind of experience may prove invaluable. And in closing, as a representative of an area where churches are next to mosques, where Christians and Muslims coexist in a democratic regime, in an open way, guided by mutual respect, love, creativity. I'm talking about Thrace. Well, Thrace is a model of coexistence, democratic coexistence, and it is a benchmark internationally. And Thrace borrows elements, positive elements, from each doctrine so as to combine the pieces of the puzzle to form a puzzle that respects everybody. I believe that in my region, as well as in Syria, time periods are not successive. They coexist like people. And this means peaceful coexistence. And sometimes this requires training. Thank you.
I would like to thank the Minister for his intervention, a very interesting one, political, certainly. And I believe that we need to be clear when we speak about things. Do you need to go, Minister? No, I can stay until 5:20. Right, so now Mr. Firas Al-Rashidi, Syria, the Syrian embassy in Greece, and we would like to have his viewpoint, chargé d'affaires in the Syrian embassy.
Distinguished speakers and attendees of the conference. First of all, good afternoon. Second, allow me to thank our colleagues here who arrived lately from Damascus for the key word he said. We are all Syrian, which is really can summarize, in my opinion, everything. It's not matter of majority and minority. Really thank you for your expression. So let me continue. It's great, and as being a diplomat and the chargé d'affaires of the Syrian Arab Republic, and we listened today to many points of view, so allow me to reflect the governmental point of view of the topic of the conference. It's a great honor for me to be part of this conference and address the issue, the Christian of Syrian development and prospects. Religious diplomacy and the connection between the Syrian and the Greek Orthodox churches are the fundamental links in the bilateral relation between Syria and Greece. Christians have always been and will remain a valuable part of Syrian society. And we cannot address their situation, problems, and challenges except from the perspective of being Syrian. Therefore, my intervention will be about Syrian of all religious and ethnic affiliation, and about their aspirations and hopes for the better future that preserves coexistence among them and affirms the richness of the Syrian cultural identity. Throughout the past 14 years, the hardship and the suffering endured by the Syrian people, the Greek government and the church have played an effective role in supporting Syrians, whether in their demands for change within Syria or when they sought asylum in Greece and sought safety. Today, Syria is going through a transitional period marked by both great challenges and renewed hope. Moving forward cannot lead the country towards security and stability without a genuine commitment to preserving the value and the role of ethnic and religious component of Syrian society, along with preserving the Syrians' unity and sovereignty. It's important to recognize that Syria has been and will remain a country with a diverse social makeup. The diversity this diversity has historically been a source for pride and strength for Syrians. Despite the difficulties of the transitional phase, the rich Syrian identity will prevail. However, we look forward to the support of the regional and international community in our efforts to achieve this, free from political agendas. The new Syrian government primary priority has been to maintain security, civil peace, and coexistence among all components of Syrian society. However, diverse societies like Syria are bound to face challenges during transitional phases. Therefore, the Syrian government hopes that countries willing to support Syria during this phase will adopt a position that understands these challenges and supports the prevention of Syria's sovereignty and independence, as well as the ability to rebuild the state and society to ensure a better future for all. However, despite this relative progress, we continue to face foreign interference amid the undermining our transition. The role of Israel in continuing its aggression remains a significant obstacle, as well as the attempts by other parties to destabilize our efforts. However, we are determined to address these challenges with steadfastness and resilience. We cannot ignore the severe impact of economic sanctions on the Syrian people. And while we are welcoming the recent decision to suspend some EU sanctions, we stress the importance of further measures to alleviate the humanitarian crisis. Sanctions are still hindering our progress and impeding reconstruction, making it difficult for displaced Syrians to return to their home. Let me conclude with brief words. As he said, the great conclusion that we are all Syrian. The only solution, as I mentioned before, is a genuine commitment to preserving this value and the role of all ethnic and religious components of the Syrian society, along with preserving the country unity and sovereignty. This is the governmental point of view. Thank you all.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Thank you very much.
I confess that I have several questions in my mind on everything that we have heard. But if there is some time, we should utilize these 15 minutes that we have left in order to receive some questions from the audience. Microphone, please.
Το πατέρα... τέλεια. Το πατέρα Μελέτιο.
My question is addressed to Father Meletios. I would like to ask you, what is the potential for supporting the Christian part of Syria and of the wider area? So support by larger, more supranational structures, such as the EU, for instance. Greece is member of the EU. And there were also mentions, references made in other panels about the American government that seems right now to be getting out of the game, saying that they don't want to participate in this chaotic situation in that area. So what are the practical possibilities for the support of the Christian element of Syria and the wider area? Greece has a role to play because it is an EU member state and the closest to the area.
For this very good question, in fact, it is very important. I tried not to go into details while I was talking, but I'll answer your questions because it's very important. In fact, GOPADERD, which is the humanitarian arm of the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate of Antioch, is the largest NGO, local NGO in Syria. It's the largest humanitarian, non-governmental humanitarian organization in Syria. Our budget, our yearly budget for 2023, for 2024 was about 40 million USD. But does this mean that the Christians are receiving support? No. Because we are working as an NGO, which means that we receive restricted funding from international agencies, just like UN agencies, just like USAID, for example. So we can't take this funding, this humanitarian funding, and spend it on the Christian community. This is not allowed. That's why, as I mentioned, we have our offices in all Syrian governorates, even in these governorates where you can't find any Christian presence. And this is, in fact, a very important challenge that we need to receive fund for Christian community, for our Christian people. And the only way to receive this funding is to get the support from our sister churches. We can't just spend. We have too many bilateral projects with the EU, for example, but we are not allowed to spend the money on the Christian community. So we need to receive humanitarian support from our sister churches, which is not happening. As I mentioned before, much smaller churches in Syria are receiving huge humanitarian funding, and they are able to support their congregations and their communities. We are not able to do it. Thank you.
Πάρτε το μικρόφωνο το...
Στον Πανασυνολογιότατο θα
To Reverend Father, first of all, let me thank you all for the very interesting conference. What couldn't the Patriarchate address, either the Ecumenical Patriarchate or the Church of Greece, for humanitarian aid or for collecting money? Because the Church in the past has helped in many different ways suffering peoples, and probably would respond to your demand, but maybe the initiative ought to belong to your Patriarchate, that is to seek out this assistance.
believe that all sister churches are well aware of the humanitarian situation of the Christian communities in Syria. So, and I believe that while His Beatitude was meeting with the head of churches all around the world, he was discussing this idea. Practically what's happening when we discuss this idea with one of our sister churches, we receive maybe the humanitarian support just for one time, and that's it. Because I'm really aware that maybe all the Orthodox countries are facing some economical challenges. I'm really aware of this situation, but I don't think that we are in a situation that we just only keep asking for money because we don't want to be misunderstood. We ask once, we ask twice, but we don't ask for more because we don't want this money to build churches, to live a luxurious life. We need this humanitarian support just to survive. We are just trying to survive, not more, not less.
My question, I'm a researcher. I'm also Christian of the Middle East. I'm from Egypt, from Alexandria. I would like to ask Most Honorable Father Meletius and Minister Stylianidis. My question goes to both of you. In a previous panel, a professor of international relations predicted that he's not very optimistic about the future of the Christian minorities outside of Israel and outside of Egypt, that it will be the Christian presence will be diminished in any other country in the Middle East. What is your opinion on that? Thank you very much.
I'm referred to religious diplomacy before, making reference to the United States of America, communities there, and also in the framework of the Council of Europe and the EU. I consider that in order to have effective protection of Christian populations in the Middle East, we need to act on two levels. First of all, religious diplomacy with all the mechanisms available. The Council of Europe writes reports. There could be a series of rights put in these reports. Also, the EU shapes regional policies, and pressure could be exercised in order for these religious communities or patriarchates could be included. But we cannot ignore as an interlocutor the governments of the respective countries. And I think that we should not just make a gift of the new regime now present in Syria to the Turkish action. We need to create bridges in order to make them understand, to make the regime understand that for it to be internationally accepted, that it would benefit greatly from protecting the churches, social groups that are not a majority in the local society, because only if we can combine international aid with a social effort by the state of Syria itself, the effort to adjust itself, to adopt itself to the social models that prevail in Europe, it is only then that we can achieve mutual benefit. Thus, we can reinforce the church, protect institutions, and stabilize the state. state that will slowly abide by the democratic models that we serve as a Western country. This is my opinion.
To add here something, I mentioned this idea about the minorities, and if we keep using this speech internationally.
I didn't use that.
No, I'm not talking about Your Excellency. No, not at all. Yes, if we keep using internationally using this terminology, we can expect that yes, the Christian presence is in danger. We are not asking for protection. We are only asking for the religious freedom, and that's it. By the way, if we are trying now to discuss the idea if Syria became an Islamic country or not, Syria is already an Islamic country. Okay, this is a fact. We cannot deny. But the question remains, how much Islamic is going to be? Because we have too many examples about Muslim countries that I believe we should be proud of in the Middle East. We should support the new leadership in Syria to become one of these examples, because they don't have the knowledge. They are trying to build, the new leadership is trying to build its own capacity now. Okay, that's why we need the support of the European Union right now. We can't just keep saying we are watching now the new government in Syria, and depending on the results, we can choose our attitude or decide what side we should be taking. This is a great mistake. We should support. We want the leadership in Syria to succeed. We want it to succeed because the Syrian people, not only Christian, all Syrian people, they paid a huge price, and we are not ready to pay for more.
Μια και είναι και το μικρόφωνο σε εσάς, να συνεχίσετε.
Nikos Samaras is my name. I'm the president of the Swiss Chamber. But I had the pleasure in the past to have many public conversations with Mr. Stylianidis when he was a minister, one of the most distinguished ones. What I'm hearing here makes me optimistic. Only the fact that there is an industry of consciousness, the opinions, the viewpoints, and this game of power is always won by religion in the course of time, and it still does. The point is whether we are asking for or offering to the power, because everything is a game of power now in politics. And Syria, I've worked often there as a reporter for TV. There are people who do realize where the power lies. We have an excellent presence here. There are mechanisms to maximize the outcome, utilizing the power of the industry of consciousness, to use this term. I think there is no further question. Or one last question before we close.
Για να σας ακούσουν και αυτοί που είναι διαδικτυακά.
Καταρχήν να σας ευχαριστήσω όλους πάρα πολύ και να σας
Thank you very much all. Congratulations for the excellent speeches that have been very constructive, illuminating. The sound is very poor. Congratulations, I repeat, with a louder voice. Just a simple question to the Reverend Father. My question is the following. You said that you do not want to be characterized as a minority, and I do agree. I fully understand your opinion. But you said you want religious freedom to be ensured for the Christian community and the Christians in Syria, right? So do you consider that you are at risk, that there is some threat, some hazard against the Christians in Syria at the moment? And where does this threat come from? This is my question.
Thank you very much. The threat comes from the lack of knowledge. I remember very well because maybe one of the weaknesses that our leadership and our government is facing now, that the whole government comes from one color. The whole government is from Idlib. And for those who don't know, Idlib used to be the governorate where the new the HTS or the new leadership in Syria used to live in. So the new leadership used to live in a very small geographical area. So you can imagine for 14 years, you can imagine how this affected the knowledge. And I remember very well for the first meeting with the new authorities in Damascus. I got the impression that somehow they were thinking that maybe Christians are like some kinds of aliens, maybe who are from another planet. Then we come closer to each other. We started to discuss the future of our country together. They realized that no, we have this patriotism inside us just like any other Syrian. We belong to this country just like any other Syrian. And I remember very well during the Easter that the new government was really very, very supporting, trying to secure the whole Christian area, at least in Damascus, because I live in Damascus. I saw it very well. They're trying their best to secure the Christian celebrations in the Christian area. And we had this contact with each other, which I believe left a very good impact. But still, because of the lack of knowledge and capacity, we are afraid not to be included as Christians in building our country. That is the kind of advocacy we want from the Western community. We need to be involved in building our country, not just to sit aside and watch.
Unfortunately, she's not using a mic. I think she says that what you need is promotion and communication.
Still waiting to be communicated by the new leadership. So far, this communication didn't happen.
If you allow me, in my capacity as a constitutional expert, allow me to underline this remark made by his Reverend Father and the importance of this mention. He says that the Orthodox Christian community of Syria is not a minority. It is a key ingredient of the local community or the nation of the country, which is very important. So the character of that state, which is inhabited by different religious doctrines, should grow in a way that every doctrine can feel equally free and be able to grow with mutual respect versus other doctrines. This is exactly the model of the open society that I described here in my area, and I'm glad to hear that as a common project pursuit. I guess if we had a representative here of the Islam community, he would have every reason to claim the same. Of course, there are extremes on all sides, but the point is that when a new situation is created, what we need is the disposition from the intention from all sides to create something with the desirable features, as everybody said in that panel. I think we can close this panel, so we will go now, and the floor will be given to the ambassador to close this interesting conference.
Thank you. It was a great pleasure. Thank you. Και έτσι φτάσαμε στο τέλος του.
So this brings us to the end of today's conference. First of all, I would like to warmly thank you because, wrapping up conferences means that there are only few participants left in the room. But now I can see that most of you are still here. So, indeed, on your part, you did justice to our effort, and you gave us a boost so as to further pursue the work we have assumed. And that work is a bit different compared to other types of discussions. Throughout today's event, I had a lot of food for thought. I could spend hours wrapping up today, but I will try, and I will succeed in that, to be very, very brief. So, first of all, I would like to say that in the last panel, there was the core of our quest. It is what we were looking for that came to surface. Just remember who was in the panelists, who were the panelists. The representative of His Beatitude, the Archbishop, the Patriarch, of Antioch, His Very Reverence Meletius. It was the representative of the state of Syria. It was an academic professor and a politician as well, who was here to give his perspective as a constitutional expert and as a politician as well. And also we had this moderator who was representing the civil society. This is what we were seeking. This is what we want, nothing more than that. And this is what we will be doing in the future as well, taking stock of the following. First of all, it was voiced very strongly. We were well aware of this. This has always been the case, that what Syrians want and what Christians in Syria want is what they always wanted. They do not want to be considered or labeled as a minority. We all know from the past that Christians in Syria are Syrians. They are Syria itself. And this is what they want to safeguard, as very accurately said by Evripidis Stylianidis. Also importantly, we listened to the position of the Syrian state. We, as the civil society, I cannot stress this enough, because that's what the Institute is all about. It's about voicing the civil society. So we listen to the civil society, the Greek one, the European one, and we listen to the view of the new leadership of the Syrian state. Also, throughout today's event, we listened to the quest for enhancing the Patriarchate of Antioch in different forms of humanitarian aid that we, as an institute, and you, who were here with us, as representatives of the entire civil society, in addition to the efforts made by the UN, the European Union, other Muslim Arab countries' organizations, we should see what we can contribute. And this is the peak of today's discussion. The ecumenical patriarchate being the mother church and the primum inter the primus inter pares should make sure that whenever there is a crisis, we seek refuge in that patriarchate. Therefore, it should make sure that we're headed to conciliation. I do not know whether we are fit to find solutions in so serious problems, but I do know that we can contribute to the conciliation efforts. And these efforts are necessary in order to have tolerance between people, communication between people, social cohesion, so that all Syrian citizens are considered equal regardless of their religious beliefs, regardless of the religion they embrace. Without further ado, again, many thanks are in order. I would like to extend particular thanks to our sponsors. Without them, we would have achieved nothing at all. Trimatis Group, PeopleCert, Global, Novus, and our communication sponsors, Earth World, The Voice of Greece, Earth Protoprogramma, Policy Journals and Seeders, because all activities carried out by our institute are only financed by the private sector. This is our own choice. We've never received a single cent from any government. That said, it's time to declare the end of today's event. Thank you very much for your patience, for boosting our morale, and we pledge that we will continue this work because it's not a one-off event. There is continuity, and you witness this yourselves. After all, today marked the 5th conference on religious diplomacy, and I believe that many more will follow. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the evening.